Host for this evening's live stream entitled Life's Biggest Box of Meh. And what I'm thinking about here is basically something Heidegger, I believe it was, said. We are thrown into life unawares. And the biggest box of meh in all of life is the reality that we take action, make choices, make decisions right from the get go almost, Maybe not as a brand newborn baby, but even then, we're striving for something, be it food or comfort or whatever. But we have to act and live as fully realized agents long before we have learned anything adequate enough to qualify us as such. That's life's biggest box of meh. Like, oh, well, Eric, the decisions you make now at age 16 through 22 will basically define the whole rest of your life. Well, I'm not qualified to make any sort of decisions like that at that point in my life. I don't think really. Well, some people are, but such people are likely TEFI. They have a lot of clarity about maybe what they want and a tendency to frame things as either a problem to be solved or a goal to be met. So, maybe it's not so difficult for them. It's also probably not so difficult for people with SI high up. They know themselves from their experience and retain all of those experiences, comparing against each other, taking away whatever there is to learn from that. But the bottom line is, for somebody like me, who's as about as intuitive as you can get, and FI polar too, I was anything but qualified to make any decisions, or it's like I needed a 30-year long class before I actually was born, so that then I would I would have learned a bunch of things to avoid. Ideally, the class would be hands-on, so I would experience the consequences of failing to avoid those things. Then I could retain that experiential knowledge, then be born and grow up with that knowledge. Well, that would be fair and fine and just. Instead, what does life do? It says, no, you have to live like you know what you're doing well before you ever conceivably could. And if that's not a bunch of bullshit, I don't know what is. So, hey, life, I'm putting you on notice. You need to change this shit up. For future people being born, have them have the requisite experience before they're born. That makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? Let's see if I can find my glasses. No, it must be in there. Of course, even if you had all that knowledge, you no doubt still make some mistakes. But like, you need a preview before life starts. Hey, Eric. Hello, RJ Edula. RJ Redula, 43. Hello, Florida. Welcome to California. I'm in Mariposa, California, very close to Yosemite National Park. That's where I live. It's what I identify as a Mariposan. Okay, talking with famous people is live apparently, according to this thing. So I should check on that. There we go. I put it up in the chat. Now I just need to make it a little bit bigger. We don't need to have anything else going on the screen, so I'll just make this bigger. Aren't you supposed to go bigger when I do that? working? Oh, that's because I'm not pushing control, I'm pushing enter. That makes sense. That's why it didn't work. I was pushing the wrong button. There. That's better. Nice and big. Anybody can see this. It's nice and big. So, I'm making myself some food. And I'm going to pull some bong rips here. We'll chat a bit about various things, sure. Like, who decided it was a good idea to just set newborn babies loose into the world with no information given prior to their birth to them? It seems unfair. Not just to babies, but to the grown-ups that will become. Like, how many young people, prior to their frontal lobe being fully developed, make critically bad decisions that hamstring them for the rest of their lives? Lots and lots of them. You know, what are you going to do? You can't control everybody all the time. That's not going to work. Like, who is that in the corner up there in the blue shirt? Oh, that's Foxy. Rachel got me Foxy at the athletics game. Foxy is actually the mascot of the Sacramento River Foxes, which is the minor league team that normally played in that stadium where the A's play. And maybe they still do play there, I'm not sure. You're still gumshoe on the case. You're talking about that guy. That's Foxy. He's a fox. I don't know if I call him a foxy fox particularly. He's fairly, family-friendly fox, so he's not showing a lot of cleavage or anything. It's not a real person, Fly Guy, but it is a real stuffed fox. By which I mean a stuffed animal that looks like a fox. Kind of. But not taxidermied. No foxes were killed in the making of Foxy. Boy, did I feel dumb earlier when the guy was talking about solipsism, and I got confused, and that he was talking about sophistry. It's like, hello, Eric. It is true that sophists might appeal to solipsism as a way of preferring vagueness, or as a way of trying to delegitimize the good work of argumentation or something. But, sometimes people make mistakes. I made a mistake there. We put Fly Guy on occasion and time out for 10 minutes? No. Thank you, okay, but I appreciate your willingness to go out on a limb and make the suggestion. A lot of people might think, maybe I shouldn't make that suggestion, but you're not afraid like that. You're a proud American man. All right, so this Hungry Man meal, I was shocked to see the cooking time. It took 9 minutes in the microwave. Have you ever had a microwave dinner take 9 minutes in the microwave? Seems like an awfully long time. I am thinking that maybe during this live stream here, I might work on making a long form video. I think I'm gonna do a series of long form videos that are just each video about about one of the types. I was thinking about like structuring it as like well. So like let's say we were doing I was doing ISTJ. So then you know you could break that down by four dichotomies, namely particularist versus universal. That's SI versus NI. Solvency versus like getting everybody on your team kind of thing, like, or I guess I just put solvency versus networking. And then the third one is going to be, subjective versus objective. That's FITI. And then lastly, ideational versus actual, impactful. So, like, your knowledge functions, therefore, are particulars universalist. Your interface functions, solvency versus networking. Your deliberation functions, subjective, objective. And your action functions, ideational versus impactful. So that's fine. It makes good sense. Fly Guy gets nothing. You don't get anything? The frozen lasagna takes 9 minutes. Okay, wow. This isn't lasagna. This is turkey dinner. It's got turkey, stuffing, assorted vegetables that look kind of like, I'll make myself eat them, but I don't really want them. This is bigger than a banquet, obviously, because it's a Hungry Man meal. These were on sale. When I see a certain, like a better kind of TV dinner for sale, I get those. Mmm, very good. The stuffing and gravy is delicious. Good job, Hungry Man. I'm impressed. Hmm. A Hungry Woman meal is the same as the Hungry Man meal, but they add a little bit of estrogen. Look, a Hungry Woman meal is a lot like Secret. It's strong enough for a man, but it's made, namely pH balanced, for a woman. They made them stop saying it was pH balanced for a woman because that's bullshit. Now you say it's made for a woman. Strong enough for a man, but made for a woman. I don't know if they still say that at all anymore now for Secret commercials. People might be like, what is strong enough for a man? Women are just as strong as men. It might be like that these days. Different times we're living in than we used to. Don't dip my nuts in your lemon water. Dip them somewhere else. Why? Because I don't want my nuts smelling like lemon. So, just kind of putting down all these dichotomies that I might want to reference. So, absolute values or ends. You're going to see SI, FI, SE, and FE. But I would say that your instrumental values I'm going to put here TI, NE, and NI. And I guess you could say like your tool function is instrumental, but it's more than just instrumental. It's like, it's like the rules you need respected by others in order to comfortably or successfully do stuff in the world, Hey, Dan. Who's Dan? Oh, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. I don't think of it as Dan. I think of him as Daniel. Maybe occasionally I might squeak in a Danny. But Dan? I don't think so, Casey Jones. That's your worst idea since you recommended that women aren't strong and that I dip my nuts in lemon water. Dan sounds like a Japanese number. I think I'm going to put absolute values ends SIFISE, instrumental values TINE, NI. That's means. And then I'm going to put a tool polar. Tool / polar. And that's TE and FE. Obviously, tool functions sort of instrumental, but you can see how frustrated I get when TI polar comes calling. Well, that's not fair, Sankey. I was actually muted for 10 minutes. It can just hold all of my comments. You know that animals think humans smell like ass? I mean, my cats don't seem to think I smell bad. They like to rub up my smell onto them as much as possible. Or maybe they're rubbing their smell onto me. I think they're rubbing my smell onto them, though. That's how I interpret it. Anybody have any thoughts on that? Is it both? Could they really be both? Listen, Acacia. Humans are special. Animals and people are both biological entities, but in no way, shape, or form can you call a human a filthy animal. They're sending you with their scent gland is on their chin. So they're putting their smell onto me. Are they aware that they're going to unavoidably get my smell onto them at the same time? Well, Diarrhea, my thoughts on that are be very careful about dismissing the possibility of FE polar just because somebody's not starkly socially awkward or they aren't committing a lot of FE mistakes. Uh, like keeping in mind that FE polar is also FI third. There's going to be a highly valued relationship with feelings regardless. And like the absence of FE is often less bad FE than the presence of FE done badly. I don't think of Cameron as awkward really at all. I also don't think of him as paying really any attention to, say, perception management. The cat's trying to clean you so the naked mole rats don't find us. I have no smell. I'm a pathetic slave class human. Well, cats do understand that I've got clear boundaries. Sometimes, okay, come here, I'll pet you for a while. Then when I'm done, I'm done. They'll try to come back, like Kapil will try to come back, sneak up on here and hope I forget or something. But I definitely enforce my boundaries with both cats at least some of the time. Trouble is more difficult to enforce your boundaries with because he won't shut up until you do what he wants. But it's also the case that he used to sleep on the bed with us. Rachel and I enforced that boundary often enough that now he never even tries to get on the bed. Because we could sleep with Capio. She's respectful of bed space and stuff. She makes herself very small in the very bottom corner of the bed. Unfortunately, she does seem to prefer my side of the bed, but accordingly, fairly often, I will stretch out all the way, put my feet under her, and go like, okay, move over to the other side. Yeah, Capillo gets to bed, but Trouble does not. Because we can sleep with Capillo. Trouble, he'll like get right between us, and then he'll start going diagonal. When Rachel and I will be both on one little sliver of bed, and Trouble maximally taking up the middle of it. We'll get frustrated, put him on the ground, he'd get back up again. It was a whole thing for a while. But then one time, one of us got frustrated and picked him up off the bed and put him on the ground. And I think his claw was stuck in the carpet and he got hurt. And he's never come up again since. His claw seems to have healed, so that's good. He did have this one claw that would like catch on the carpet because I think it got like, pulled out a little bit too far. But but you know, we battled with him for a long time. At a certain point, it's like, fuck off, bro, just get down. I have a cat that doesn't know how to retract his claws, and my God, it's annoying. A dangle claw, right. And yeah, it's exactly what happened. When he was sleeping, he had his claws dug into the bed. And when we pick him up, you have to like, wait, okay, let go, let the fuck go. Put him on the ground and get back up again. As soon as we go to sleep and he knew we weren't paying attention, he'd be right back up there. Mm-hmm. And then I'd be sleeping and all of a sudden I realized, what is this? God, no, go away again. Iron Maiden. Yes, it is. It's an Iron Maiden. What's that thing? You have dangle claw as well. And what's contagious? You probably caught it from your cat. Cats are supposed to rule men. Any contradiction of that is a crime against nature. I mean, I don't think of it that way. I think our cats and us, we have a relationship just like any two people have. And, you know, I love both the cats. And I also, you know, when you're in close proximity with other beings with their own minds and opinions and things, there's going to be periodic clashes because neither of the cats uses FE in the same way that Rachel and I do. You know, like Trouble uses FE. Like he's got a whole symphony of different meows with all these different tones and stuff because he's an ENFJ. But he's got a simplified world view. In other words, I'm either mad at him or I'm not. And if what he's doing doesn't make me mad at him, even if it makes me like, oh God, do I have to? Then he doesn't care about my perceptions of him. My dog thinks she's a cat. It's annoying. She's a dog and she should know her place. A dog's place is in bed with you. We're more able to sleep with Lulu, a big black lab in the bed, than we're able to sleep with Trouble. That's how inconsiderate he is. Or how completely oblivious he is when he's asleep, maybe. What is Cat Dog's name? Milo. No, Trouble's FE. He's super FE. Like, Capito's F5. What does that mean? It means that she doesn't want as much of us, particularly, although she's still very loving, but she also only wants like pets on her terms and stuff. And instead of using her voice, she mostly just scratches at the doors. And the only time she meows is if you go to pet her when she's sleeping and she sees you coming, she'll go, meow. Trouble, on the other hand, is highly communicative and expresses many different sentiments. It's actually short for Milo Bacon. It's a product where you buy a strip of bacon that's a mile long. It's not literally a mile long. It's hyperbole. You know, it's actually only like 14 feet long. But it's still very long for a piece of bacon. I assumed you knew that Milo was short for Milo Bacon. I've got a whole mile's worth of bacon and a half mile's worth of mouth. What are you saying I'm faking? You can see this bacon go south. So I'm liking this car pretty well. It it is a little, you would call it sluggish, you know. It doesn't have good acceleration really. I got to kind of stomp on it to get it to accelerate up hills, for example. But in a lot of ways, the Mini didn't really have great acceleration either. The Subaru was even well worse than this car. So this is definitely an improvement over that. I love the sound system. Right? In other words, the speakers, because obviously the you know the wave file or the waveform that's coming through and being played is being all done by my phone. It's just Bluetoothing into the speakers. So the only thing that really matters there are the speakers, plus it's got an EQ on it. Bass, treble, mids. It's got some presets. I think it maybe sounds a little bit better with the bass turned up just one. Seems like maybe the bass is slightly underrepresented in the mix. Because remember that when you listen to music that's made by good artists, they've already spent a lot of time mixing and mastering this to try to get the EQ perfect and all the levels perfect. The only time you should ever really EQ things is if your speakers are underrepresenting some of the frequency spectrums. Spectra, I guess. And I think this car may slightly underrepresent the bass, but it's a pretty solid sounding flat, you know. Sounds way better than either the Mini or the Versa we were driving or my old Scion. So good job, Chevy Cruze, in that regard. It's got a lot of places to put stuff. That's kind of a mixed bag of a reality. Because if you've got like this big scoopy thing under here where you can put stuff in, well, that's not a good way to organize anything is to put it in this big scoopy thing, right? And it's just going to get mixed in with every other random object you throw in there, and you'll never know what's in there, or if you do think something's in there, you won't be able to find it. Then there's this other thing in the door. It's a big scoopy thing to put stuff in. And that one I've noticed, I basically cannot reach into it while I'm driving because of the weird angle that on that. Maybe if I move my seat up or something, but so that's not particularly useful, but I could probably reach into it better during the daytime when I could see it better. It's got two small drink holders. Believe it or not, I kind of feel like a car should have four drink holders, maybe six. You know, you got one drink in the door drink holder, one drink here, and your coffee's in the back drink holders. They should have six drink holders. I don't know if it's got drink holders in the back seat, though. I don't remember looking to see if it does. Well, it's locked. Oh. Smooth move, Eric. Way to lock the car. Well, now that we've got a fancy Chevy Cruze, we've got to worry about it being stolen. I just lock it too, because I haven't quite gotten figured out here what makes the lights go off. I don't like the way that cars, you turn them off, you get out, and then what was I saying? I got totally distracted by Gyalt's interesting comment. Yes, the most important part of learning to make music is training your ears, sort of, but musical intuition, training your musical intuition. Learning to recognize what's an inspired, received kind of melody and keep those, and what's created and therefore particularist and disposable and get rid of those. I know that's a magical sounding explanation for things, But it's the best we can do because that's just the way introverted intuition works, you know. You've got to intuit. You don't intuit what's good, you intuit what's correct, right? Like, oh, this is what's supposed to go over this. But I think if you've got the right frame of reference regarding creating good music, namely that your goal is to create something that's familiar sounding and that it's catchy and people like get stuck in their head, but also unique. And you want something that's an entity in and of itself, complete and full, rather than some unholy amalgamation of random garbage. That's why, with the exception of the Beatles, basically no good band has ever made art by committee. It's always been a single visionary who's driving what everybody else does, if it's good. And the Beatles, they still didn't exactly make art by committee, but for some reason and somehow, Paul McCartney and John Lennon both made each other better songwriters. And I guess you could toss Ringo a little credit too. I think George was mostly a loss, you know. Whatever George had too much input on creatively turned out to be not very good. Almonds are kind of like cat food for people. I wish I could eat almonds. I'll be able to when I get this temporary denture taken out and have my permanent all-in-4 implant top thing put in. Then I'll be able to eat as many almonds as I want. Except for the fact that almonds are ridiculously expensive. It's like $12 for a bag of almonds. Get out of here, almonds. What are you, made out of gold? Yes, the wonders of Adderall. I just sort of let ideas evolve as I work on them. I only ever have a vague notion of what direction I want it to go in. Well, yeah, I'm not saying you're ever going to know ahead of time what you're doing. What I am saying is that, like, let's say you fuck around over some beat on the guitar for an hour, playing a variety of different rhythms, little licks, or whatever. If you then listen back to that, there's a decent chance there won't be anything in there that's worth keeping. A decent chance. Or there might be one thing that's worth keeping. Or there might be like an idea that you can tell has a lot of promise because you can hear where it should have gone, but it didn't go there, but you can fix that. That might happen, right? Another possible way to make good music is to try to directly freestyle songs and then find a piece or two or maybe more, depending on how good your freestyle turns out, that you can make a song around. There's a lot of different ways to approach it, though. I approach it in a variety of ways myself, and none of the ways are markedly more successful than any of the other ways. I genuinely have one of Eric's songs on my playlist. Well, thank you, Diarrell. Which one is it? I'm curious. Say something really weird like "fuck yeah, casserole." Really? Fuck yeah, casserole's on your playlist. It does make me want to listen to "Fuck yeah, casserole." Oh, destruction of the whole damn world. Good choice. I was thinking you were probably going to say Gregory in Disguise, but I was wrong. casserole. Oh, I'm sorry, it's called casserole fuck yeah, not fuck yeah casserole.
What am I going to bring to the potluck? I'm bringing some casserole. What will you bring to the potluck? You're a stupid asshole. I'm gonna bring something good. You're gonna bring a piece of wood. The potluck doesn't want you. Fuck yeah, casserole. In a dish. Fuck yeah, casserole. It's my wish. Fuck yeah, casserole. In the oven. Fuck yeah, casserole. Which casserole coming? Fuck yeah, casserole. Can't you have any? Fuck yeah, you can. Eat some casserole. I'm gonna make some casserole. A big fucking dish of casserole. I'm gonna get a spatula. I'm gonna cut up the casserole. A slice for you, a slice for me, slice for her, slice for she, slice for him, slice for Jim, slice for Tim. And after we're done, we're gonna put the dishes in the dishwasher sink and begin again when we make another casserole.
That's a pretty slick freestyle.
Yeah. You don't like my casserole, you deserve to die. Don't lie. Don't sit there and pretend you don't know why. You said my casserole wasn't that good. Casserole, casserole is how you spell me. My name is Casserole, MC Casserole, DJ Casserole. My name's MC DJ Casserole. That's what I am. And so I've got a pan in the oven with casserole.
Absolutely fantastic. Oh, sure, it might not be the fanciest production ever, but of course you can sample that. Sure, you can sample it all you want. I'll put the link to it here in the chat. Copy. It's just an obscure Eric song that I could come up with on the fly. I feel like when you chase or try to force a musical intuition, it flees and you have to come back in any duration of time for an hour or a few days to break the rut. I don't really feel like I ever chase or try to force musical intuition. I don't feel like it's just a complete crapshoot as to what comes out and whether it's good. Obviously, when I'm more sprung, one thing that can happen is I'll be better at working an idea. So, like, this snake jazz with chords thing is something I worked on quite a bit last time I was on Adderall. He fell down. They drove themselves to town to have some smokes and get some cokes and walk in the park. Boggity goggity goggity ga. I really like this. It's so pleasant. It sounds like an actual songwriter wrote it, Well, that's when it's time to like change instruments or something. basically, it's like one of those things where if I'm sprung enough, it never happens. But if I'm not sprung, I don't even know if it happens because I'm unlikely to care about trying. Who, me? My brain is not always in performance mode, but I like the combination of ideation and performance. I think that's fun. Once a long time ago at Pepperidge Farm, someone forgot something. They were up in arms, and that's why ever since it's the case, Pepperidge Farm remembers. If you don't know the thing you know and you can't remember it, then so I don't know what to tell you. And if you think ahead and see that you will never have a memory, I don't know what to tell you. All of us are knowing these ways, but everyone has terrible days, so yeah. I can't sing over this beat if I am playing the piano with my feet. It's not so easy like guitar, because piano is a percussion kind of boring, so it requires some rhythm, some differentiation, better than I can do until I take a vacation and learn how to sing over complicated kind of things on the beat. Obviously, your problem is very straightforward, y'all. Which is this. You already know how to make shit on amphetamines. You're comparing regular life to life on amphetamines. Obviously, everything is gonna suck compared to that. Life is boring, it's a fact. A long time ago, you were all flocked out on Dexedrine. Creativity and ideational stuff was just as easy as it seemed. You were full of ideas, full of piss and vinegar, but now you have no amphetamines and you're sad. It's understandable being sad, losing drugs that you once had. It's understandable seeking answers, but it's like an incurable cancer, I'm afraid. I mean, if you could find drugs in it, wouldn't be incurable, but sounds like the doctors won't give you that no more, and that's so sad. You should never have admitted to being such a drug addict. There you go, y'all.
So we're supposed to get snow tomorrow. It's saying snow for the Sierras, so.
Well, even if it's just a little bit higher than us, it's still really good to have more of a snowpack. I'm not sure we're going to get snow. It's showing rain here to me.
Okay.
But let's see. That's Tuesday. Wednesday. The small chance early Wednesday morning, I would say 6 a.m. Wednesday morning. We could conceivably see a little bit of snow down here. Route my guitar into a DAW. I should totally get an audio interface. I have a Focusrite Scarlett, whatever. It's got 2 inputs, which is one more input than I really need. Yeah, I like that the keyboard does all this with no extra gear. It's trick. I do like that. It makes you a one-man band all by itself. And as we all know, nothing's cooler than a one-man band. Oh, Maria, woman of the South, where did you come from? What language comes out of your mouth? They call you Maria, but is that really your name? I've got my doubts, 'cause I've seen Marias before and you don't look the same. Stop telling me your name's Maria, you look much more like a Jennifer to me. It's like you're claiming to be a daffodil when you're clearly a tree. Maria. The year was 1982. Everybody was looking for something to do. And that's when Maria came to town and she's like, "What's up, guys? Here I am now." Everybody said, "Hey, look, it's Maria." But that wasn't really a name. Because based on what I have determined, her name was Jennifer. Oops. Jennifer. Using micro expressions from Typology, I can tell what your name must surely be. And your name is not Maria. Your name is something else. Maria. Maria. Exotic Maria comes from the world below. It's a world of underground caverns and other stuff. So if you're curious about Maria, you should know that she's from under the ground. Maria, I don't think so. More like Jennifer. You said, my name is Maria, but I can see you're lying again. Marias are famous for lying. It's true, they're always fibbing the truth. It's true, you cannot trust anyone who says their name's Maria. It's nighttime and you should drink cider and prepare to dream about being in an episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! No, I think what you should do is wake up in the morning and say, "Dear God, please give me amphetamines. I miss them. I complain about it constantly." And you should tell God, say, "Listen, if there's any justice in this world, God, I want you to give it to me right now. Give me that justice. Give me that justice." Rachel played me an interesting thing earlier, which was about Adam Driver, who's an actor. You may be familiar with him. He played Kylo Ren in Star Wars. Anyhow, he was at some kind of, I don't know, symposium or whatever. It had actors from Star Wars movies on stage, and people were asking him questions. And one lady asked the question at the mic. She's like, I find that we always learn something from every Star Wars movie. Learn an important lesson. What can we expect to learn from this one? Um, so, it's obviously kind of a dumb question, I guess, but I would have answered it something like, well, the central theme of all the Star Wars movies is justice. So if you're going to have any kind of takeaway from it, it's that whether or not justice prevails matters a lot. Adam Driver gave what I'm sure is a more correct answer, which is, everybody has their own unique experience with this, and for some people they may learn something, other people may not learn anything, and not feel there's anything to learn. And I think what's great about seeing a movie like in a movie theater is you're in this room with strangers in a dark room, and you're all seeing the same thing, but every one of you is having a different experience. That seems very SIFI to me. The reason I would answer it the way I answered it is because it seemed like the woman was asking for what's the universalizable takeaway, even though she didn't phrase it that way. But I'm like intentionally skewed towards that kind of interpretation anyway. And no doubt he's intentionally skewed to his kind of frame. And that's what makes typology beautiful, even though I'm aware of the limiting constraints imposed on me by my attentional habits. It doesn't mean I can change them. Nor that it would be desirable to at all. Like, somebody asks me a question, I typically give them an answer. I answer the question asked, especially if it's a hypothetical or something, some kind of conditional. So you don't think your FI is any better than when you were 20? No, well, I mean, no, I don't think my FI is any better. I think I have learned over time what's like how critically important it is to not harm people you love or fail to prevent harm or stuff like that. It doesn't mean that it won't maybe still occasionally happen that I fail to prevent harm, for example, but I do a pretty solid job of not harming. But I see that more as an SI reality than an FI reality. I've learned by being burned enough to be gun shy across the board more with life. Like the title of this video, Life's Biggest Box of Meh, refers to the reality that by the time we've gained enough wisdom to avoid certain kinds of mistakes, it's too late. My FI is still just as blind as it ever was. Which is to say, regardless of what kind of metacognition I might do about the matter, I still don't really know what I want. Not enough to do any particular thing to completion, it seems, anyway. And I'm I'm still going to evaluate like emotional matters. Um, I'm still gonna evaluate them to see if they're proportionally justified or something, or if the claims behind the emotions are accurate. So, like, last Adderall crash, there was a certain amount of FI kind of being addressed, right? Like, Rachel was unhappy because she was in a dopamine crash, and she was presenting potential problems or what have you. I knew it was just dopamine crash, so on that level I answered as such. But I still found myself evaluating the claims for accuracy. Like, well, do I do that? Should I do differently according to what standard and stuff? Which is not FI. It's TI/FE.
Sorry.
No, I'm just talking about how me having good understanding of cognitive functions and my own intentional strengths and limits doesn't allow me to use FI any more than I otherwise would. I deal with FI things through my attentional frames. So like intellectually on some level, I think, well, whatever she was pointing out as a potential problem, that wasn't really the thing, it was really just dopamine crash. But on the other hand, I still evaluate the things she says potentially are problems for accuracy. So like it is accurate that sometimes I have a bad habit of walking off in front of Rachel and just assuming she's behind, and that obviously doesn't make her feel good. Uh, Whereas on another kind of critique, I might say, well, that's inaccurate because I actually do plenty of that or something. Okay, go ahead. Well, when that was going on and we had INFPs in the chat, they were very much at home with, like, okay, well, here's how you should engage with this. You need to make sure that she understands her feelings are valid, that she's heard, that I respect that I've made her feel bad in some ways, and other INFP kind of stuff that they were saying. Well, what the fuck do you want then? You're not even eating. What do you want? Why am I here? Oh, now you want to eat. Do you though? Or are you just bullying me? Like, watch this. I don't know who you'd be saying this to. His imaginary friend, since he doesn't want to be friends with Capillo. Watch this. Watch me make him stand here and watch me do nothing. Eventually, I'll get it to the point where he'll stand there and wait for me to inform him whether he needs to come watch me do nothing. Yes, you're a very bad kitty. With very bad ways. I guess you could say that a person's tool function is an instrumental value until somebody's attentional conflict negates its instrumentality, at which point it becomes like an absolute value. So I don't really care that much about fairness in my own life, like if I'm not keeping any kind of scores, right? I'm not of the mind that one can even evaluate, like, say, fairness in a relationship very well, unless there's stark examples of unfairness. But, Rachel and I each do different kinds of things around the house, and we're responsible for different chores. And we each have our good habits and bad habits and whatever. And I never even consider evaluating the relationship for fairness in that regard. But when I'm trying to explain something and somebody is TI polaring nonsense at me, in other words, actively trying to not have things be exclusively defined, right? So that they can maintain a bunch of holistic shit where you can reduce. It's like not everything can be reduced, right? But TI tool looks for every opportunity to reduce and to validate against rules rather than standards. Accordingly, if I'm trying to communicate with somebody, if I'm trying to do anything in the world, basically, I'm going to be first and foremost using introverted thinking. And then what kind of things do I try to do in the world? Well, like this, basically. You could say, well, what if you have a job, Eric, like you're going to get, hopefully, you could get this job at the deli/stalker position as a boot check worker. Are you using TI then? Well, no. But in that instance, I'm not really trying to do work in the world. I'm just trying to do a job. Behavior governed by mathematics always seems to imply something more that's been boiled down to me. What kind of behaviors are you talking about being governed by mathematics? I do think that, like, splays of data are often governed by mathematics. Like, a certain kind of population measured on a certain kind of attribute will be uh, consistently bell curve-ish, right? Whereas other kinds of measurements you might take will have a totally different kind of curve. Like, let's say you're in Iceland and you're measuring the percentage of the population with first and last names totaling more than 8 letters. Well, if you're in Iceland, that's going to look like this and then like this. It's because pretty much everybody has more than 8 letters in their names. But if you were to say, well, what's the number of letters in a person's first and last names, and then you have a group of people, presumably that would look like a bell curve. Does Gil sound like an SE fourth? He has been thinking about reading psychological types for over a year while he has access to a physical copy in his home. Well, it's also the case that he's been thinking about getting a typing session, but he spends $50 a day on takeout. So he can't afford it. Conway's Game of Life is a good example. Let me go back up. I missed a bunch of stuff here. I missed all kinds of stuff here. I wonder if we could push on your NE in chat to get a read on it. Diarrhea says, I've had many people pass away when I was very young, one being a grandmother who raised me, who withered from dementia, and I feel one of my biggest failings wasn't understanding it more, even if I was younger at the time. I feel like I failed my grandmother in certain points in her life as well. But I've kind of forgiven myself over that. I actually kind of blame my parents for that, for setting kind of a bad example. My mom didn't treat my grandmother very nicely. My dad was much better to her, really. He also says, for a while I dreamed of systems focused on emergence throughout my life. Emergence? That's when a phenomenon is said to occur because some critical mass of multitude of factors has been reached. Like, how many termites does it take to make an anthill? I mean, a termite mound. The anthill one, that's a trick question. Termites don't make anthills. You can't just put a bunch of termites down someplace and have them make a termite mound. Complex and semi-organized behavior generated with a simple set of rules is one kind of emergence. Okay, so that would be like beehives, termite mounds. Both qualify as such. Emergent Gardens video on emergent complexity. You can explain it better than I can. The thing is, there's not really any explanation of it, right? To say that a phenomenon is emergent complexity from a few simple rules, is to say we don't have an explanation for this. We can't reduce this to a single stimuli response kind of a phenomenon. It's causality resistant. But there's lots of stuff that's causality resistant in life. And we still have better explanations than emergence. In some sense, I guess you could say what makes it seem emergent is that the form it takes doesn't easily infer the components of it, right? So you might say that a beehive is made according to a couple of simple rules replicated amongst every individual in the hive, and accordingly, hives are always constructed more or less exactly the same way in terms of individual cells of honeycomb and shit like that, right? But if you really understood the rules being applied, it probably wouldn't seem like an emergent phenomenon, but simply the consequence of that behavior, of those rules, those, I guess, instinct drive kind of behavioral constraints on bees. I'll say I struggle to see how that seems to have a glow, but I think that's because I subscribe to that pretty heavily. You subscribe to what? You ascribe to it, not to be pedantic, but you subscribe to magazines. You ascribe to positions. Diarrhea says, I have a simple set of rules for life. Don't shit in your mouth. Typology and mysticism are not remotely similar to one another. The first one being there is always an exception. Rules as in mathematical rules. Conway's Game of Life is a good example. Behavior governed by mathematics always seems to imply something more that's been boiled down. Imagine a grid of pixels. The rules are a cell can be live or dead. It has 2 or 3 living neighbors. It survives the frame. Otherwise, it dies. If a dead cell has exactly 3 neighbors, it becomes live. I guess the idea I'm familiar with is that life is full of binaries. Everything is an on or an off, a push or a pull, an up or a down, or positive or a negative. Well, that's not really true because there are plenty of things that are arbitrary are arbitrary binary distinctions along a spectrum that doesn't have naturally occurring boundaries. Race, for example. Race is not a binary. It's not even a meaningful distinction to make at all, right? It doesn't refer to anything specific, etc. And yet, at the same time, if you put a white guy, an Asian guy, and a black guy in a picture and ask people to say what their races are, everybody will say the same thing, even though it's not binary at all. A beehive is meant to appear. Let me see what it says. I guess I'm imagining Eric's example of how a beehive is meant to appear on the crotch or a tree branch, and so it appears in the corners of our house. I'm fascinated even if we know why. I appreciate that English isn't my first language, but I like to be correct with it. Oh, I didn't know it wasn't your first language. Higher order behavior resulting from more basic components, that's exactly it. But I mean, like, what makes the results qualify as more complex than the components plus like mechanical vectors of it? It's weird that you use race as an example of why life isn't a group binary series and say race doesn't exist. Right. Well, race is an example of something that people treat as a binary, even though it isn't. And the problem with race is that if people understood it as an arbitrary self-identity claim, then I wouldn't have to say it doesn't exist. But there are plenty of other things. Like I gave an example earlier of the difference between a rule and a standard being Judy's mature enough to drive versus Judy's old enough to drive. One of them requires discretion and a holistic judgment based on multiple factors that can't be calculated, you know? It can't be calculated correctly. It could be calculated in any variety of different ways. You could weight some factors more than others. You could assign scores to them or whatever, but some other people make these things part of their identity. I mean, I don't have any problem with the distinction of race existing if it's understood correctly. Like, I'm fluidly transracial. That means my race is constantly changing. It means I've been every race. I'll be every race again. Sometimes I switch 4 or 5 times in a day. I'll be Chinese in the morning, Nigerian in the late morning, Thai around noon, Mexican around 2 p.m. My race is just in overdrive. You could say my race has ADHD. So the thing is, it's great to have that distinction as long as we all agree that my claims about my race being fluid and changing all the time are exactly as correct as Joe's claims about himself being white or black or Asian. Because skin color and eye slantiness are potentially discrete traits, but if you're just talking about that, you could say people have different physical appearances. That's not establish anything about race. I think the idea is not apparently clear why its complexity reaches level X. I mean, to me, that just sounds like spontaneous generation. Well, we don't have a good explanation for how or why this phenomenon occurs. We can't causally reduce it like this caused that. You can't have a causal chain. And you can't identify any particular factor ultimately responsible for it, right? Y tu mama también. And your mother too. Utah got only 0.1 inch of snow, the least amount ever by a lot. Are we getting snow? We have not gotten hardly any snow at all this year, but we are getting rain tomorrow and through Wednesday morning. And it's possible that we might see a little bit of snow where we live, but probably not so much where we live. But there will be a decent amount of snow, it seems like, a little higher up on the mountain. And the snowpack is really good for the state, water and such stuff. It's better than rain because the snowpack melts slowly, so it keeps feeding the streams over time, you know. I'm really close to Yosemite. We're in Mariposa, smack dab in the center of the state. Still part of the state of Jefferson, though. So Shasta, you and I, we're part of that 51st state. I'm siphoning your high. I mean, you must not be very high because I'm not feeling your siphoned high very much. If I'm going to siphon your high, it should allow me to drive my car for a few miles. Give it to her. You know, I was going to give it to Rachel, but I wasn't sure if she wanted it. I was looking at her and trying to get a read.
That's a hard game.
Yeah. You're not. I mean, I'm pretty good at reading compared to other people reading.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I still get it wrong a lot. Well,
It's okay.
I'll interpret your pause as negation.
Yeah.
It's actually just you're thinking about.
Yeah, because sometimes I really do need to actually think. Because my habit is to just say yeah.
Systems that allow for interesting outcomes. That's a very broad category of thing. Like you could say basketball is a system that allows for interesting outcomes.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, 11th tall boy, yo.
He is not on his 11th.
I was gonna say, that's crazy.
That
It's
would be like
all-culminating.
160 ounces of beer or something.
Oh my god.
Which would be, let's see, 10, 12 ounce cans is 120, plus another 40 is like another 3 12 ounce cans, plus a little more. So that'd be like almost 14 beers.
I've never seen Half Baked. There's a lot of movies that I haven't seen from the 90s and 80s that if it happens 97 to yeah, no, I've never seen Half Baked. I've never seen Friday either.
I think I have seen it, but I remember not particularly caring for it. Although I don't remember the deets of it very much. I agree in general that they shouldn't make movies about pot.
Yeah.
It's kind of silly. It's kind of like making movies about cigarettes. Pineapple Express is pretty good. But I
Yeah.
wouldn't call it a marijuana movie per se. It's more
It
like
starts off as it.
yeah, it was more like a suspenseful movie.
Yeah, because they're trying to they get involved in a crime somehow,
Right.
and it's mostly about like how two stoners would handle that.
Seth Rogen when he was still funny, and James Franco before he was exiled.
While James Franco's problematic.
I will admit that I am watching a show that he is in. Although I haven't watched it for a little bit, but I will resume it at some point. It's called Yeah 63.
Yeah, like November 22nd. 11/22/63.
11/22/63. Yeah. It's about the Kennedy assassination and this guy who time travels and plans to like kill Lee Harvey Oswald once he can establish that in fact it was him who did it. But oh, you and your girlfriend love the show?
Apparently, it's great.
It's pretty darn good. It's got some dark parts, some parts that make me feel too tense, you know? And like I just know that his love affair with that blonde lady is going to end badly. Even though he loves her so much and she loves him, like he had to rush into the operating room and stop them from performing the surgery on her because he used his future man power to know that the past was pushing back and trying to kill her. I just already can tell the past is gonna win that battle, and somehow they're not gonna. She's gonna. He will have like broken all the guidelines and gotten very emotionally and intimately involved with this woman, and then she's gonna pay all the consequences for it. So that part makes me stressed out. The book is called 11/22/63. I think that's the date that Kennedy was shot.
Yeah, I think.
And it is a Stephen King book originally. And I normally don't like Stephen King. I'm with you, Diarrell, but it's pretty good. It's a lot better than most Stephen King because it's not horror, I guess. It's got some horror-ish elements to it, like I don't like to see depictions of abuse of any kind, and Stephen King likes to depict abuse in his books. My favorite book is The Alchemist. I'm unfamiliar with that book.
Yeah, I don't know that book either.
My favorite book is actually How to Manifest a Better Future by Laurie J. Jenkins.
Was on Oprah's favorite list, 2011.
And what it's taught me is that my attitude makes my reality what it is. Okay? The reason I'm here with you right now, chatting with you, is because I have the right attitude.
Did Stephen King write Mystic River? Because that was another really big movie and book. I don't know if he wrote that. I know he wrote The Shining, which I was obsessed with when I was younger, but if I had seen it now, I'm not sure I could handle it.
Pablo Coelho wrote The Alchemist. Is it like magical realism, like 100 years in the time of cholera or something?
I heard Mystic River was a really good book.
How would I type Owlsley Stanley? I don't even know who that is. Dennis Lane wrote that book.
Show media.
You know what, Joe Media? Maybe you're 50 Shades of pushing it. 50 Shades for 50 People. It's a book about a group of 50 people who go out into the wilderness one day and then they realize, oh my God, it's so hot and sunny. But there aren't very many trees. And each of them has to find their own tree to provide them shade because they're small trees as well. That's why it turns out to be 50 shades for 50 people.
Oh.
Anyway, after the sun goes down, they're finally out of the risk zone and they reunite and have a nice campfire and share stories with each other about their tree and their experience and with their time in the shade. Sound guy and acid cook for the Grateful Dead. Well, I would type him as a person well positioned to get drugs.
Don't speak with her for her.
Which is correct, Show Media. You don't get to determine that. And also, just because somebody tolerates something doesn't mean they're cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it could just be, chock full of nobility. Unlike me, I'm a peasant. I have no noble blood. All of my blood is non-royal, which is why I don't have the divine right to rule over all of you. I wasn't trying to shame you or anything. More like backing up Rachel. And
I just was saying, like...
But I mean, backing up Rachel because if she's right, you shouldn't say that somebody else is okay with your bullshit, right? And I'm not even saying that it's necessarily bullshit, but that statement right there is indisputably correct. Joe was projecting his faves onto you guys. Rachel likes Sex and the City law doesn't mean she wants to be like that.
Yeah. But what were you saying that?
Right. I'm not saying that you saying that 50 Shades of Grey was Winston's mom's favorite book is actually bad or anything. What I am saying is that you shouldn't say another person is okay with your purported obnoxiousness, right? That's probably a misstep because whether or not it actually is obnoxious, if it is, then if they want to volunteer that they're fine with it and they don't find it obnoxious, then that's their prerogative. So on that ground, I agree with that. But it's not any big deal. I'm not trying to start a big thing.
No, I'm not trying to.
I don't think anybody's mad at you, Show Media. She just corrected you on saying that one thing because, she's right.
I just, felt that. Just don't, she doesn't, Winston's mom's super nice. So she might not, I don't know, she's not gonna say anything. Not that she needs my defense,
You just saw something that was incorrect and you corrected it. That's an understandable instinct behavior. Like earlier, I explained to what's his name, Diarrhea, that you used the wrong word. It wasn't subscribe, it was ascribe. I did take a moment to go, I don't be all pedantic, but not that did anything, I'm sure, but yeah, I went through the motions of it. And Diver was like, that's fine. I like to use words correctly. And earlier today, I had a real word collapse when Home Frog was talking about solipsism, and I got it confused with sophistry. I was thinking solipsism meant sophistry.
It happens. Mistakes happen.
It does.
Like,
Just like it's easy to confuse a spatula for a speculum. Is that what it's called?
I don't know.
Speculum? I can never remember this word. It's the vagina spreading thing.
I thought this was what you were
It
talking
sounds
about.
like spatula.
I think it is a speculum.
I think it's speculum. I think I got it. I think I did this time successfully remember what it's called. When I was a kid, I used to confuse cunt with klutz, so I understand. I'm sorry for being such a cunt. Like, what would the teacher say then if you used it like that? Like, you stumbled and spilled something. Like, oops, sorry. I guess I'm a real cunt. The teacher would, on the one hand, be like, don't use that word, but on the other hand, they'd be like, no, you're not a cunt. They want to, they want to yeah. Speculating about specula. I guess specula should be the plural acacia rather than speculums. If men had vaginas, specula would be warm. And if men had vagina, there wouldn't be specula. The fuck you're putting that thing up there? Sorry, doctor. Why don't you get away from my pussy? That's what it would be like if men had vaginas. Oh, right. You need to spread it apart with this special spatula you got. Okay, specula. Listen, you fucking perv. I see right through this shit. I'm a man too. Would women have penises then? Would that be how it would work? You're gonna need to do a lot of justifying to me. Explain exactly how this mechanism assists you in your medical diagnosis of my vagina problem. Well, I can see better. Bro, get one of those little cameras you can plug into your phone. Wouldn't that be a better choice, maybe? With a little light on it? What are you looking for exactly anyway? Irregularities. Oh, irregularities, like something that's, I don't know, wet looking? Actually, no, that would be a regularity. Okay. Well, I don't believe you can see shit in there, even with a speculum that's going to inform you about anything. Why don't you just run some blood tests or something? Or better yet, why am I even here at the doctor? There's nothing wrong with my vagina. There's something wrong with you, doctor, and it's your insistence on using a speculum on my vagina. It's like, buy a girl a drink, why don't you, at least? Oh, I see. You're evaluating my vagina health by its gape capacity. Are those things even correlated? I don't think so, doctor, if that is your real name. More like PhD, if you ask me. PhD, people with PhDs, they're even less qualified than people with undergraduate degrees. Because you got to be a real dumbass to get a PhD these days, it seems like. No, I won't feel more comfortable if the nurse comes in. Then there'll be two of you looking at my gaping vag. No, putting a little sheet over me is also not going to make me feel more comfortable with this. That just makes me not be able to see what you're doing. You're still seeing everything the same. No, I don't want any fentanyl. Who gets sedated for their vagina exam? Oh, I see. You gotta really smear the pap this time, huh? All right, go ahead, sedate me. I'm assuming nothing untoward is gonna happen while I'm unconscious. I got home, I look on social media. There my gaping vag is all over the place. It's like, why is Facebook letting people put pictures of my gaping vag on Facebook? Well, it's because a doctor posted them for educational value. That's why. I like pictures of the doctor like making faces right next to my badge. I remember the story of this dentist in Los Angeles who got busted for putting people under and like molesting them and stuff. So it does happen, you know. I remember this incredibly ridiculous segment I saw one time on this like massage, like chain of massage places. I forget what it was called, but it was fairly big at the time. Like it had a lot of branches, but this woman was like telling her story of victimization. She's like, I was just lying there getting a regular massage, and then he started to touch me down there, and when I was done, I said, "Hey." Like literally, she lay there and let him finger bang her until she came and then complained about it. You know, maybe say something when he first reaches down there, like, what the fuck are you doing? I came in for a regular massage, not a happy ending. He probably would think I'm gonna get a good tip for this. This lady, this middle-aged lady, seems like she could use a little attention. Well, I'm sorry. If I'm on that jury, that woman is getting absolutely nothing. Because you cannot wait until you're done and then complain about it. The most expensive 3 square inches of real estate you'll never own or rent. You squat on it until you get evicted. What 3 inches of real estate is that? Is it this 3 inches right here? What's this it? This is 3 inches you're talking about? Or is it some other 3 inches, 3 square inches? Think about the guy who decides to be a gynecologist. I was giving a black woman an ultrasound when she warned me I might ring her bell. Huh. Or did you say, I'll keep that in mind? Maybe you could do your own ultrasound? You read that on Reddit. Hmm. Back in the day, vagina docs, in the original incarnation, they went around to people, wives who had hysteria, and took a vibrator and just, rubbed one out. And the lady was like, "This is a great doctor." My husband's like, "Oh, I'm glad he cured you." I'm sure the doctor just thought, "Yes, this is all very medical. This is what medicine is all about. I come here, I diagnose you with the disease of hysteria, and then I cure you by rubbing one out for you. What do you think? Doctor, cure thyself." Oh, I do that after I'm done curing you. I go home and I use this vibrator on me. Okay, you've got to stop meowing at me. There's absolutely no possible justification for you meowing at me right now. I have watched you eat until I am blue in the face. Okay, so okay. So this is an interesting way to break this down. I guess I could put slot specifics like there, dominant function. I guess it would be more, yeah. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. I mean, I already done 2 and 7 separately. Dude, seriously, I just fucking watched you. What is going on? What is wrong with you? I just watched you, and when I went in to eat for like 5 minutes, you stood there and looked at me. Let me go. Go ahead. You better be actually hungry, or I'm not going to be happy. Go on. Go on. This fucking cat, I tell you. I guess I should organize it like 1, 8, 3, 6, 4, 5. Then I have the same kinds of functions. It's like, I get the sense that you're just eating because you successfully got me to come over here. Because if not, how much food can you possibly eat before you get overly full? Go on, get all of your eating done, because I am not coming back here again tonight. Get every last bite of food you can possibly shove down your, what's the word I'm looking for? Your cavernous maw. You have a cavernous maw. Okay, I guess you're done. Where are you going now? What do I have to do next? You got fresh water. You're just gonna have to drink that water. I'm not changing it because it's just been changed. Okay. That seems to be a cat who's satisfied by my efforts at this point. At least for the moment. So I think it should be, instead of like this, I should follow the same model of tool puller with this thing. So roll function. That's what Socionics calls the 8th slot function. Probably because they spent a lot of time listening to Casserole Fuck Yeah. Third scorecard, my name for it, versus 6th parent value. Also my name for that one. And then 4th, seeking. I think that's what Socionics calls it. Inferior, whatever. 5th, ignoring. That's what Socionics calls it. Okay. So we'll put this one over here. Like so. Second tool, and 7th polar. And this is the best way to organize it, like talk about 1 and 8 together, 2 and 7 together, 3 and 6 together, 4 and 5 together, because in every instance, the first one cited implies the second is another way of saying the second one. So in other words, dominant NE is another way of saying 8th slot SE. Because they're all the same kinds of functions. 1 and 8, 2 and 7, 3 and 6, 4 and 5 are the same kinds of functions. For me, 1 and 8 are both action functions. For Rachel, 1 and 8 are both knowledge functions. And so forth. So it's a good way to like organize a video where you're basically doing a type description, but not so much of a narrative type description. SI, NI. I can put these ones bold. Okay, so an experiential with intuitive knowing, autopilot, and defensive. Experiential knower by nature. Mm. Experiential knowing. It is experiential knowing. Experiential knowing is fully realized in the ISTJ, while intuitive knowing maximally conscious and nuanced. Wow. Intuitive knowing behave like an autopilot and is defensive. Intuitive knowing is maximally unconscious and activates mostly when necessary to enable the dominant function. I give some examples of some kind. So I write that little sentence for each of those. Okay. Let me put this up on top. Actually, just like that. Okay. So here, okay. Then we will fold the one, first one, to show that that's the one the ISTJ has. Put a little ISTJ on the top here. Put it in the middle. Like this. There we go. All right, let's see what the chat is saying. If anything. A teacher again? Cupboard is a word I don't like. It's not spelled like that, though. It's cupboard. Cupboard, yeah. Acacia spelled it correctly. It's too thick. Yes, but in that Ebonics, it's cupboard. Everybody says cupboard. I kind of recognize that words like decadent or diabolical have become streamer influencer jargon and actually mean nothing. I think decadent means potentially, it's much more positive than this, but in its negative connotation could mean prone to debauchery. But decadent is just likely to refer to like a cake, a rich cake or something. If I watch someone review food and they start using words like decadent or diabolical, I see they don't know anything and will provide no real review. Well, what do you think about my review of the Hungry Man dinner? I said, these vegetables look like they're not going to get eaten, or something like that. Because they look kind of limp and yeah. But I also said the stuffing and gravy and mashed potatoes was delicious. And the turkey was good. But it's not really giving you much of a review either. Jargon is another one I don't care for. It's too thick. The word jargon? Well, it is a mouthful a bit, jargon. But it's not as much of a mouthful as Cord Overstreet. Because there are plenty of words like that nowadays that bug me, and I'm too unable to conjure at the moment. This guy looks familiar, says Beast Mode 23RR. That's because I am familiar. Some people say I'm overly familiar. This burger is diabolically decadent. Oh. The cheese on this burger is decadent, and together with the fries, the combination is diabolical. Is this the guy who played the mob boss in the town? No. I've never played a mob boss in any production of anything. He looks like Pete Postlethwaite. Pete Postlethwaite. This hamburger is decadent and depraved. This hamburger reminds me so much of the Holocaust. It's like when I finished eating it, I still felt like I was completely starving. And potentially on my way to the gas chambers. You'll notice that when I talk about the Holocaust, I position myself as an inmate, not a guard. I could have positioned it as me as the guard, but that would have been inconsistent with the general direction of what I was saying. Because, you know, it wasn't really that fun to be in a concentration camp. Despite all the promises that the brochures made, it turned out to be not that great. I thought that you said it was going to be a lot like Hanukkah. Yeah, it's a lot like Hanukkah. It's not at all like Hanukkah. Sure it is. You got presents every day. That's just a crust of bread. Still. That's like Hanukkah, you get to go in the gas chamber. That's not at all like Hanukkah. All right. So we'll write this paragraph here. The ISTJ is a particularist knower, meaning they understand themselves and what they know as comprising the totality of their previous experiences. Intuitive knowing which is to say insight gleaned from cues implicit to the identity of that being observed rather than from linkage to one's own relevant experience. Relevant events, one's own relevant memories. Memories, there we go. The ISTJ is a particularist knower, meaning they understand themselves and what they understand themselves and their knowledge as comprising the totality of their previous experiences. One, yeah. Thus, ISTJs may display a tendency toward assuming past results of inform a tendency towards viewing past results as more informative regarding future outcomes than they really are. Viewing past results as more informative regarding future outcomes than those results actually are. It is maximally unconscious but can still be quite effective as receiving attention is core to the ISTJ's identity. Okay, let me see how much redundancy I have here. The ISTJs are particular knower, meaning they understand themselves and what their knowledge is, and their knowledge. They understand themselves and their knowledge as comprising the totality of their previous experience. Thus, ISTJs may display a tendency towards viewing past results as more informative regarding future outcomes than those results actually are. Intuitive knowing, insight gleaned from cues implicit to the identity of that being observed, rather than from linkage to one's own relevant memories, is maximally unconscious but can still be quite effective as the receiving kind of attention. A receiving attentional frame okay. ISTJs are solvers, not networkers or socializers. Social resource exploiters. When faced with a well articulated, when faced with a problem, ISTJs attempt to solve it. The DE process is one of figuring out the unique logic of a specific system and unique logic of a specific system and optimal path towards to reach the desired outcome. Having extroverted thinking as a tool function a way of seeing extroverted feeling is their blind spot. let's see. Just as a person can't both figure out a solution by themselves, and also to determine the solution by asking someone else. So too is it not possible for figure out figure out a solution and also determine the solution by asking somebody else. Um, a person who automatically does one at the expense of the other in every instance, requiring one kind of interface, automatically, reflexively, reflexively uh, attends in via one of these in every instance in every attentional instance of interface. Attentional interface instance. Every instance of attentionally interfacing. Is blind to the other. Okay, that's pretty good. Making progress. The learner. So I think the other thing to note about SI as a function is that it is a learning function. The solver. Then we have the subjectivist. I mean, people need to get over their negative connotations of the word subjective. I already know I'm going to get some complaint about it. And then the idea seeker, the novelty seeker. That's fine. Okay, well, basically, dynamic action is reserved for uh, systems with unique logics and universal communicative logic is never used to act dynamically. In other words, ISTJs are blind to the real-time exchanging of social information as a way of engaging with the dynamic system of interpersonal communication. Let me reread that. Dynamic action is reserved for systems with unique logics. Where did I put AKA I don't need to put AKA. Dynamic action is reserved for systems with unique logics, and universal communicative logic is never used to act dynamically. In other words, ISTJs are blind to the real-time exchanging of social information as a way of engaging with the dynamic systems of interpersonal communication. ISTJs still have friends and talk to people, obviously. But when they do so, they aren't attending to certain kinds of information. To the extent that they do engage this information, they do so statically. Okay, that's fine. Eric's doing a wonderful job of making something. You want me to do what to your what? Sing-songy? Let's see. Do you like George Lucas from Star Wars? I neither like nor dislike him. I think he did a fine job of making a few things. Okay, what else I missed? Yeah, Fly Guy. I like that. That's funny stuff. You're making fun of my failure to follow through on things, aren't you? Well, you know what? I deserve it. Hey man, if your butthole looks anything like your beard, I know you're folding the toilet paper in on itself. Folding the toilet paper in on itself? I don't understand that either. My butthole does not look like my beard. They look markedly different. My butthole is a sphincter made out of skin and butthole lips. My beard is just hair on my face. So, what I would suggest is one of these times consider making sense. Wow, I have missed a lot of stuff when I was writing all that stuff down. The burger is absolutely irredeemable. This burger is basically a WMD. When I eat it, I instantly get cancer from all the plutonium. Man, sometimes after drinking a tall can of cider, you just gotta bust out the Jazz Master. Fair enough, that's what I call my feather duster, says Fly Guy. My favorite brand has got to be Two Towns Cider. Well, Ruben's favorite brand is Dixon. Dixon Cider. I always get the 8% cosmic pineapple. I like cider, said Acacia. The philosophy of decadence comes from the work of German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer. However, Friedrich Nietzsche, a specific philosopher of decadence, conceptualized modern decadence on a more influential scale. I didn't know that like decadence was a philosophy. I just thought it was a term. I think it'd be cool if people started having like buzzwords like categorical imperative. Like this burger is the categorical imperative. If you don't love it, you are wicked. My God, don't say that. 1875-76, L'Absinthe by Edgar Degas. Degas. Oh, sure, Frenchies. Degas. Looks like Degas to me. Don't think I've seen that before. I'm going to Las Vegas. Grazie. I miss drugs. I've never tasted absinthe and probably won't know, but I'm sure I'm curious about it. I really like Degas, though. Degas' art took decadence as a way to portray ambiguity and random subjects that seem to be drifting between depression and euphoria. What in Degas' art is considered decadent? I haven't been to the Norton Simon in a while either. Eric, do you think the sixth slot or critic is equivalent to the first in some way, like socionics suggests? No, not at all. They're different kinds of functions. You have a different value relationship with it. Uh, they couldn't really be any more different, right? Your sixth slot function is countervalued and you avoid using it to the extent that you can. Your dominant is absolutely valued and you can't help but use it even probably more than you should, although less more than you should than tool function. Dominant's more nuanced, so there's a better understanding of when not to use it. I'll have them finished by 2030. They'll be finished faster, not at all, probably, Diarrhea. That's the way things work. If I remember correctly, absinthe tasted like Jägermeister. Do people drink just Jägermeister? Yeah, people drink Jägermeister. It's not very good, but I watched a police body cam video recently where a woman had 22 bottles of vanilla extract in her car, which is why she wrecked that car. The bottles were empty. That is an expensive way to get drunk. And that reminds me of the Family Ties episode where Alex's uncle comes to visit and he's an alcoholic. And the way they know this is they catch him drinking the vanilla extract late at night in the kitchen. Ah, yeah, I remember that in driving school. They always said, be careful about having this 20-second empty bottle of vanilla extract in your car. You might wreck. Well, the little bottles might get underneath your pedals, too. And that could be a problem. Do I like Michael Jackson? There are a couple of Michael Jackson songs that I think are good. Like, you got to be starting something. You got to be starting something. You got to be starting something. Got to be starting something. Yeah. That's a good song. Imagine if instead of Samuel L. Jackson, they had Michael Jackson. You mean in Pulp Fiction? That would be a different characterization of that role for sure. I'm not sure Michael Jackson would have played the part that Samuel L. Jackson played quite as convincingly.
I saw Michael Jackson's name, and I just saw a TikTok where someone said that um, Michael Jackson created Neverland to protect the kids
From whom?
from like
Their
the
parents?
industry.
He took them away from their parents' house so they could visit his house. What was he protecting them from? They weren't industry kids even, right? They're just random kids. The only thing that made them related to the industry at all was his attention.
Yeah, that's true. Again, it was found on TikTok, so.
Show Media can send emojis. Bobby's banned. Show Media is a mod, but Bobby is a cod. Bobby is a guy from a while ago who used to be around the channel but got himself kicked off. Eric, have you ever talked with anyone famous? Not really. This burger cannot be saved. Delicious. This burger is guilty of many venal sins. What's the other kind of sin? Eric, do you always wear your wedding ring? Yep. I'm back. Did I miss anything? Nope. Yeah, I mean, a lot, obviously, but nothing that important, I guess. He's in a time loop right now. I gotta let him catch up. I have now caught up. I'm all caught up. Let's see what Beef Jerky said. Oh, he was stroking to this. I'm sure he meant he was stroking his cat. And he was like, this live stream really makes me want to stroke my cat. Is it 14 karat gold? I don't know what karat gold it is. It's just regular gold. I think the pure gold wedding rings are so cool. I like it too. I wanted just regular yellow gold wedding ring because that's what my parents both had, and that's what I think of as the real deal. I like it too. It's comfortable. I also have my engagement ring, promise ring. When we went to Hawaii, I got this ring and started wearing it to show that I was in a relationship. At the time, I wore it on my left finger, I think, but even though I wasn't married yet. But anyway, then I got married and I started wearing my wedding ring instead. And then, not that long ago, I found this again, and I was like, I should start wearing both of them. This way I can convey to people that I'm married to two different women. My left hand is married to June, but my right hand is married to Amber. I was half tempted to buy weed tomorrow because I want to raise the vibes. But that's like playing psychosis roulette. Why don't you go get yourself some meth? Nobody ever had any mental health issues because of meth, right? I'm pretty sure that meth is, I'm guessing, about as safe and sustainable as coffee. You got a ring from the hospital. You got a Nuva ring? Guilt, that's for girls. You can't wear that. That's not going to prevent you from getting somebody pregnant. I heard a story about the ring finger connected to the heart. Aren't all of your body parts connected to your heart by these things called veins? If any of my body parts was not connected to my heart, it would die from lack of blood. Really, from lack of oxygen. I guess the blood's just there to deliver the oxygen. It's like I was saying earlier, artificial hearts, they just have a continual flow. They don't pump, 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 pump. You don't actually need that pumping action. You just need your blood to circulate around. You'd think that since that was the mechanism by which blood goes around, that there'd be various other things contingent on it going around that way, right? No. Pretty crazy. You'd think it'd be like, oh, well, my body has a bunch of sort of pulsing rhythms that go in tune with my heart, and a lot of things are cueing on that rhythm to do it or whatever. Well, no, nothing at all. You can have a heart that has no pumping, it just continually circulates your blood like and nothing else is negatively affected. How weird is that? In fact, you're probably better off just having continuous circulation because there's not the little pause part. The little pause where nothing's happening. I knew a klepto, but only when she was on Xanax. If people take too many benzos, they black out. They have no idea what they were doing. But she was addicted to Xanax, so mostly she was stealing things. Well, who knew that one of the side effects of Xanax was kleptomania? Man, I hate when I get a notification on social media only to find out the new follow was a bot. Yeah, well, I stopped looking at stats a long time ago. I would start looking at them again if something exciting were to happen, like I were to get a bunch of views or something. But like, I want to evaluate myself based on stats and such. Then I better do things that actually generate good statistics. Things like telling a funny joke. Maybe doing a theme episode all about Halloween. Benzos are the closest thing we have to teleportation, but they only teleport to jail and it only works one way. Eric, would you say you've watches more movies in your life or series? Probably series. Imagine if you could take Xanax and without fail break out of prison. What'd be interesting is like every time you took Xanax, you either got put in prison or broke out of prison. Somehow you keep able to get the Xanax in prison. That's like, I don't know how I ended up here, and I don't know how I got out, but I'm back. Yeah, I had a blackout one time on benzos, and I never did too many benzos again. Although I didn't cause any problems, it was like one moment I was like outside of the car making a little video. The next moment I was asleep on the couch and at home. I was like, what? What in the world just happened? Well, it was freaky. I did not like it at all. So I never did too many benzos again. I want you to escape from prison. Walk outside the prison. You do keep getting arrested, but it's for mopery. For things like exposing yourself to a blind person. I just learned this term today, and I love it. I don't remember who it was who taught it to me, but it was somebody in the stream right here. Mopery. The person on the Xanax should always be getting arrested for mopery. Like, oh gosh. Are you listening to a radio while riding your bicycle? During this part of the town here, you need a permit for that. And so we're arresting you. I want the person to get arrested for things like that. Anyone seen anyone get high on Benadryl? I used to take Benadryl regularly to help me go to sleep. Sure, you can read your fortune cookie. Takes courage to lead a life, any life. I like it. You know, it's like I was watching this show called Outlast that had these teams that were trying to survive in the wilderness for longer than the other teams, you know. And one of the people on the team was a wrestling coach, and he said something along the lines of, quitting is a drug. Once you start quitting, you'll never stop quitting. It's like, bro, persistence and quitting are complicated issues when you have more than one single vision in life that is when wrestling tournament. Like I was pretty good about accomplishing things when I had a zero-sum competition coming up. There's no place to hide in those, you know. they see the full color of their intense regret on Datura. I've never seen the Hat Man, nor have I seen the DMTLs everybody's been talking about for so many years, saying how it's magical and all that cheers. I haven't seen those things. I haven't had a breakthrough on DMT, apparently. It's like, bros, sisses, whatevs. I have smoked the shit out of that stuff. I've gotten extremely DMT'd out, you know? My cousin took like 25 of them thinking it could be played off and walked around the house butt naked, crying about how hot it is. 25 what, Benadryls? That's too many Benadryls. I stopped taking Benadryls because they correlate with, they seem to have a pretty strong causal relationship with dementia. Again, statistically strong, not massive necessarily. Do you have a degree? I mean, I have a bachelor's degree. It's interesting because nicotine and delirium is both active on acetylcholine. I saw a fortune cookie recently. You will be involved in police brutality soon. Perpetrator? Victim? Wait and see. Mr. Smithentop. Mr. Smithentop. Welcome, Mr. Smithentop. I think that's a good last name. Smithentop is, it's a lot better than just Smith. Chinese restaurant in mostly black neighborhoods. There are some Chinese restaurants in mostly black neighborhoods, but not most Chinese restaurants are in mostly black neighborhoods. I think he's saying he should have known better or something. But everyone has been around saying that smoke won't find. Not everyone smokes cigs. It's possible. You know what I say about nicotine. Nicotine, schmicotine. Like, what a shitty drug. It doesn't even get you a little bit high. This weed gets me a little bit high. What's up?
Handsome.
Hi, beautiful. How you doing?
Good.
Phantom cigs are a really common hallucination on deliriums. Phantom cigs, huh? Have you noticed that ghosts rarely smoke? Why do you suppose that is? Is it because they can't tell apart the smoke from their gauzy white incorporeal form? Or is it because without a physical body, they no longer crave nicotine? Or maybe it's because without a physical body, they can't light things on fire. Top 10 things big tobacco doesn't want you to know about. Ghosts. They don't smoke. You think they don't have a good reason not to smoke? You're fooling yourself. Be more like ghosts. Stop smoking today. I don't know where all the stoner ghosts are. Same place the cigarette smoking ghosts are, I guess. Nowhere. Also, why don't we see Sasquatches stealing more human food and trash and stuff? Like, if Sasquatches are so smart, surely they can figure out how to pilfer some food out of the dumpster at McDonald's or something. Important questions. Sasquatches could get junk food, but choose not to. Why? Ghosts don't smoke, either pot or cigarettes. Why? Well, the answer may surprise you. It's aliens. That's why. The aliens have dictated that things be like that, and the other magical things have to obey. The thing is, ghosts, I don't think ghosts can eat food. They can mess it up, right? Like they can knock your cake off of the counter or whatever. But I don't think they can eat food. Shortly after I used the loo and promptly cleaned myself with high PSI bidet, or you want to try to keep your PSI a little bit on the lower side for that particular purpose. Tweak your ghost, take all your shit apart. I mean, I suspect the Tweaker Ghost live stream for like 7 or 8 hours and then later live stream again for like maybe 5 or 6 hours. Who's Candace Owens? Is that Jesse Owens' wife? Eric doesn't even know who she is. I knew it. Well, who is she? When I asked the question, who is she? I didn't ask it to convey to you that I don't know who she is. I asked because I wanted you to tell me who she is. They should have a new 4 temperaments: tweaker, stoner, commit, and NPC. I mean, I think it should be tweaker, stoner, drunk, um, psychonaut. And you got your uppers, your weed, your alcohol, and your psychedelics. That's basically all your major categories of drugs. Sure, you could throw ketamine in there or something. I don't even know what kind of drug that is. Candace Owens, huh? I mean, right off the bat, I will tell you the way she's got these different pictures of herself in different poses, it makes me just immediately dislike her. Maybe that's not fair. It's definitely not fair. But it makes me immediately dislike her. Schizo, normie, autist, furry. What about downers? Alcohol's a downer. Cat's a dissociative. Right. I actually did know that. I had forgotten that. I knew it though. How about intuitive, mystic, empath, and intuitive, mystic, empath, and visionary? We're just It's like, what are you trying to do there, lady? I don't know. It's just dumb. I don't like it. It's a poor artistic choice. Hay is for horses, Diarrhea. Ketamine is for drug users. When Rachel encounters a YouTuber that bothers her a lot, it's usually an ESFP, but it could also be either kind of TE Dom. The reason ESFPs bother her a lot is because, like, let's say you got an ESFP tarot card reader. They're going to frame the tarot card reading as like advice for you. Like, so basically, what I'm getting here is that you need to get out there and exercise more, or something like that. Or they'll say that you need to be more assertive. And Rachel doesn't like readings like that. But the reason they all do that is because they're validating on impactfulness, for them from their own frame of reference. They're saying, well, how do I generate the most impacts? Well, I give advice for things people could do. And sometimes that might, um,
So I just like talking about speaking about typology. I'm listening to Megan Lovato, right?
mhm.
I feel like what she just said was so ENFJ. She's like talking about how she first started on YouTube, and she said that sometimes you just have to shout into the void and do it or something. Oh, shout into the void to get a groove. It's like, oh my gosh, it's so ENFJ.
I mean, I kind of get it. Like when I first started YouTubing, I had to be okay with like making videos that nobody was going to watch. And in fact, I kind of purposely had to say, this video is not for an audience, it's for notes for me and my musings. And I might write a book out for this someday or something. So I do get that, you have to do it for a while and experience the range of results to even, for me anyway, to even believe I could conceivably get any attention on YouTube. I just thought when I started, like, oh, there's millions of millions of YouTube channels. Who's going to pay any attention to me? You think she's an ESTP?
Who?
You're talking about Megan Lavoda? Well, um, TE is actually, I mean, FE is not actually a judging function, really. It's a interface function, which is a form of action. So you got two forms of action, interfacing and regular action. And then you got two forms of epistemics, ways of knowing or determining things. But you might not be talking about Megan Loda. You might be talking about this lady, what was her name? Candace something. Candace Pose-a-lot.
Oh, wow.
I think it's funny that ENTJ and ESTP are considered like types,
Oh, Candace
like
Owens?
types in PDB
She's
communities.
probably an ESTJ.
Rachel says Candace Owens is probably an ESTJ. I tend to trust her instincts on such things.
Some.
Like, Rachel's duels with ESTP. So if she finds Candace Owens' approach off-putting and she doesn't like it, then
No, she's just a talking head. She thinks she knows a lot. Maybe she was well educated. I think she thinks she knows a lot because she has opinions. And it's like opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one. Like, um, and she, um, she could be ENTJ. She really could be ENTJ. I just got like, um, ESTJ is she could be an ENTJ. She's not an ESFP.
I mean, Home Price thinks she's ESTP. I
Oh,
mean,
ESTP.
this isn't a reason this isn't a reason specific to her to type her as something other than ESTP, but it is the case that if Rachel finds her very off-putting, she's very probably not an ESTP because
No.
those two types naturally are gonna feel like they're talking the same language because they're duals.
Well, I was talking to. Well, depends. Because I was talking to Carrot earlier this evening. That uh, I forgot that if Adam Sandler is an ESTP, he would be my dual, so we would naturally get along. And I'm like, what the heck? Like me and Adam Sandler, we wouldn't get along because I don't respect his work. So that's a problem. But yeah, I think if Candace Owens was an ESTP, I would hmm.
I mean, there's absolutely no reason to think that being a narcissist would make you better at identifying narcissists because, after all, narcissism is a form of objectivity slash accountability avoidance disorder.
They don't see within themselves. Like,
So it is essentially an epistemology disorder to be a narcissist. It's an inability to determine certain things correctly and know certain things correctly because possibly because of trauma or possibly because of some other factor that we don't understand or whatever.
I'm pretty sure. Oh my god, I feel like I can't talk about my family shit.
Listen, you should talk about what you want to talk about on live stream. This is our stream that we use for our purposes. Your mom has no business policing it.
Um,
She's
So-
not going to be up right now anyway. It's
I don't
almost
think
4
that,
in the morning.
No, I don't
where
think
she is.
narcs do recognize each other. I don't. I think that my mom thinks that I'm a narcissist. My mom is a narcissist, 100%. Uh, she tricks a lot of people into believing, I don't know how, into believing, she plays the victim card a lot. She's always a victim. And, like, but she has, aside from that, like, she has, she's also bipolar, so she has no self-reflection. Narcissists don't have self-reflection. They don't think.
The thing is, it's also the case that your mom does some stuff out of genuine love and caring for you that's
and
not motivated by some sort of narcissistic agenda.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just the TE that, it's just like her, like me being like telling her like Oprah, like, I'll never forget, like we were on this trip somewhere and my mom was talking about how she was so upset about Bill Cosby, and like I was like, Mom, like what do you think is gonna, like, you like that, like, Mom, like no one is safe really from like that sort of stuff. I mean, I don't know. I was trying to tell my mom like the bigger scope things, that a lot of people are like that. A lot of people are like in the business sector, entertainment industry, a lot of people are more like Bill Cosby than they are normal. And I even said to her, I was like, Oprah. Oprah is someone who has incredible amount of power. There's definitely like shit in the closet about her, like skeletons in her closet. And like my mom like was like, does not compute. Um, and
I want to chime in this notion that even if it's the case that narcissists can identify each other, it's also the case that narcissists will never use the term in any kind of legitimate diagnostic sense, but will always use it as a weapon. Well, it's easy to lose your train of thought when you see the chat. That happens to me all the time. She tries to frame herself as incredibly pragmatic and such. You know what? Sounds
yeah,
like
that's what I mean. She does try to. That's why I think she's an ESTJ. Like,
sounds to me like she needs an Eric scolding.
I mean, I think I can't even say what I want to say.
I also think he's beta quadridiral. I think he's ESTP. Adam
I
Sandler.
think you're right too. I always had this thing that said ESCPs are so bro centered, like friend centered more than bro centered. And he is very friend centered. Like, I just learned, I read about him, and like working with Jennifer Aniston, in the article they said that she jokingly got up during an interview because he said that the interviewer said, like, oh, I heard you bought cars for your friends. And Jennifer Aniston gets up and she like jokingly walks away because I don't know. I guess she didn't get a car. Maybe she did. She was just joking. But he gifted, when he made like, was it Old People 2 or something, Grown Ups 2, he bought all the dudes that he's friends with Maseratis. Like, that's so bro coded. Like, um uh he cares a lot about his friends. Actually, his friends probably have jobs because of him. Um yeah. I don't find him funny. Not since I was a kid and like saw him on SNL, but even on SNL.
You need this to see this.
Well,
Don't be racist, Acacia. God. Show media may have been a poop when he was born, but he was not a brown poop.
I mean, she might be a narcissist, Candace Owens. I don't know. I just think that she, like.
According to Gyalt, she said that she was a narcissist. And that's how she could recognize other people as being narcissists. So in other words, you can rely on her totally unsubstantiated claim that someone else is the narcissist because she's a narcissist.
Then she's probably not a narcissist. I hate to say it. Break to you. Maybe she is, but that's very rare. Unless she went to a therapy session and someone was like, you need to work on your narcissism or something. Like, most narcissists don't wake up and like.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rachel. It wasn't Candace.
Oh.
I was mistaken.
Oh.
Never mind.
Well, I don't know.
You don't seem like a narcissist, Gil. You do seem like a angsty young person. And there's nothing narcissistic about that.
No. Okay, so like narcissists, they're like a lot more rare than no.
I mean, they see other people as things that they can use to attain goals or that will necessarily attempt to use them. They project their own ways onto everybody else. So
Well,
it's like they think, you know, if I'm not using other people, they're trying to use me.
mm,
Look at that horrible lady from that show, Jill, the one
yeah, she's terrible.
who first like stole their stuff and then like tried to steal more stuff and make that guy stay right there so he couldn't help the other people get to the camp. And then he just has this complete blindness to hypocrisy, claiming to have the moral high ground uh, and to get rid of those evil people in Delta Team, even though Delta Team was being civilized and she was being absolutely dishonest, cutthroat, ruthless, and everything
I'm
like
so
that.
glad she lost.
Yeah, me too. Self-aggrandizement, it's a lot more common sometimes, and that's not necessarily narcissistic, right? The thing is, I like to understand like dark triad stuff or actual badness as distinct because of articulable reasons. Like, in other words, it's abusive, toxic, rights violatory, or something like that to other people. Self-aggrandizement may be bad, just be bad as fe sometimes, you know.
Oh my god, but like my mom says the same thing. Like, oh, you can do it, so I can do it.
That's not self-aggrandizement, though.
No, but I'm telling you, like,
I'm not saying she's not a narcissist.
yeah, cause like she.
I'm not trying to argue with you about that. I'm not talking about your mom
Oh,
at all.
oh,
I,
okay. Cause I was like, I hope that you like at least somewhat believe me, just because.
I'm just talking about the self-aggrandizement thing. Like that narcissists in general, purportedly there's a correlation to self-aggrandizement. Well, I would say even if there is such a correlation, you shouldn't use things that aren't uh, inherently bad as tests for narcissism because narcissism is
No.
a dark triad thing. So
Mhm.
you got to look for behavior that's toxic, abusive, rights violating, or something like that. Something like when Rachel's mom disowned her because she wouldn't
I,
uh she
yeah.
because she wanted to leave with me.
Mhm. Yeah. My mom has flying monkeys too.
What are flying monkeys?
So flying monkeys are like people who she talks to, who she gossips to, and spreads like who are like on her side but don't know any better.
I see. If
Like
only y'all knew, I don't think it's a bad thing either. If only y'all knew what? It's just a front. Fly guy would like to be assistant minister at bragging. What is just a front?
it is just a friend. My mom, like, she has talked about how like she's had like low self esteem. Um, I don't want. I shouldn't. I don't want to get in trouble.
Well, look. Um, you need to be free to express yourself in ways that are honest and how you feel like it. You're not slandering her. Um, what you were just saying there is that the parts of the narcissist that may appear
Yeah.
to be aggressive or you know abusive or whatever are actually born of deep problems with self-concept and
Yes.
self-worth.
Yes. Yeah.
So it makes them a more sympathetic figure, you know. And
She,
and it's not just narcissists that have problems with self concept and self worth. Certainly, I have
oh
problems with
my
self
god, me
worth.
too. It's but it's so repressed. It's so like such a um I don't know. Like I saw this this video of my mom when she was probably like one,
Mm-hmm.
and she pushed over my aunt Sherry, and I was like, oh my god, my mom has always been a bully. Like even when she was a kid, she was like, get out of my way, it's mine.
As long as you don't hold the belief you're inherently superior to other people, there's nothing wrong with it. Do you think narcissists hold that belief, or would that be a separate problem, like essentially, um, like privileged to the point of becoming exploitative? Still having to pump water from them in Africa, the ones that in America, we have to feed them the government cheese. Oh, them. Hmm. I'm assuming you're talking about the Afrikaners from South Africa. But the fact is, Jeff, the Afrikaners from South Africa don't need our help. So maybe you should stop being so racist about South Africans.
There's already rampant racism in South Africa. It's insane.
Yeah, he wasn't really talking about South Africans.
Oh,
He was talking about every other
yeah,
African
yeah,
but
I know.
South
Oh,
Africans.
yeah, that's why you said it.
Yeah.
I see. My bad. I was only listening.
Occasion improv, you should use yes and. No and not. You should
I
not use that.
had such trouble with that. So, like, in my therapy group, they heard about me taking courses at community college for acting, and they were like, "Oh, let's help. That could be Rachel's doing really well with that. Like, let's make a group. We have like art therapy. Let's do like acting therapy." And one of the things was to we got together as a group and we would be paired down a line and we would be presented with a scene and we had to do yes and I never yes and I pivoted the subject. I would be like, oh no, I can't believe that's happening, but I wouldn't say like yes and I struggled with that.
I mean, self improvement and finding peace are not the only real goals in life because sometimes you need to attend to practicalities. I think you should go yes, no, and but.
Yeah, like sometimes like I would be like, but why do you think that happened? So it wouldn't really be a total yes and. I'd just be contributing to the conversation, not contributing to the scene.
Or you could say, like, no, tell me no more. I can't stand to hear any more of
But
this.
see, like that's when you get in trouble because that's when the teacher would be like, "Okay, well, you just ended the scene right
No,
there."
I didn't if the other person's competent at all. Have I troubled you? Are you emotionally triggered?
You're
It
right.
would be
You're
a
right.
natural thing to add to that. It's like the words yes and don't magically
I,
come with ideas that are worth saying.
I think I subconsciously didn't like it, and I just didn't do it.
You can no more color by numbers comedy than you can color by numbers good music.
You know, I was like really pissed off about. It was like I was getting away with smoking weed, um, and I show up to the acting thing class or whatever it was, and like we would start off the groups with like things that we were thinking about, and I was like,
I'm kind of high right now, actually. Could you pass
well,
me and come back?
well, like I was stoned, but I was like, thank you.
Thank you, Dara. We appreciate your You're promoting things. I did like it already, actually. I'm I'm logged in as Eric Strauss rather than talking with French people. I spent so long looking for a goal to work towards to feel whole. Whenever I think and worry about feeling whole, I feel less whole. It's best for me not to think about it. Then I feel fine, but it's easier said than done.
Oh yeah, so I was saying how I like was giving them a warning because some people were like, what happened was like people were like talking about their sober journeys, and I was like, I this isn't my first rodeo. Like to think that you're never gonna like, I don't know. I just was like, slip ups happen.
Well, you know, it's been, geez, my sober journey. Access to plenty of drugs.
It's true. But I so like because I told them like told the group like like yeah, like it's great where you are right now and you might be on a high, but you can always like slip back. It can happen. Um I thought it was dumb to like not talk about how like old habits die hard. And
The other point is that, you know, it's a mixed bag. People want to position it like sobriety is all wonderful and doing drugs is all terrible or something. It doesn't work like that.
yeah. So I was like, but that like they thought I was saying like, oh, I've fallen down into the substance use again. And then they tested me and they found out I was smoking weed. So I was kicked out of the play, which is fine. Um,
They kicked you out of a play for
Yeah.
smoking weed?
yeah.
Oh my God! You weren't
Mhm.
even smoking weed while you were in the play, right? You weren't like smoking weed on stage.
No! This was during, like, I was high during practice and I said, I just was saying, like, to be, like, I don't know, realistic. Like, it's great and everything to be off of a sober high. Like, you're on a pink cloud for a while. But, like, I just wanted people to know, like, it happens. And, like, they were like, oh, she must, yeah, they called me in.
These fucking scumbags. It's like Mercy Medical Center or something?
Yeah. So I drove all the way there just for them to say, we know that you smoked weed and you know you can't be in the play anymore. Only for me to drive right back around home. I was like, fine, I'm out. Like,
Fucking people. It's like they're telling you you have a problem with weed, even though you're telling them you do not.
yeah.
Then they're like, oh, you tested positive for weed. That's because I smoke it because it's not a problem. These people were arguing. Oh, I cannot. I used to wake up mad at them
I'm
so
so
often.
sorry.
That's fine. I haven't
But
thought about them
you
much
helped
in a while.
me. Like,
Oh, that was what was good about
yeah.
that. I did get to yell at somebody, you know.
My problem was them.
Right.
I mean, they helped me get.
They helped you in what way? They poorly medicated you so you were
poorly
never actually
medicated.
properly treated for bipolar so they could continue to exploit you as a cash cow and treat you for cannabis addiction that you didn't have and didn't want treatment for.
Yeah, I didn't.
In what way, shape, or form did those fucking people help you?
They didn't.
Those worthless fucking scumbags.
I'm a stoner. I've never said I'm not.
You can say, hey, you're a stoner.
But
You're not the only one.
I'm like not that high right now, actually.
Well, maybe you should develop some serious tension smoking some weed. I'm sorry you don't have any little drinks at the moment, but
Oh, that's okay. Cameron found this ashtray. So I've had half of those joints, so yeah, I've had half of those joints and a wheat drink. I am pretty tired. I only took one Adderall today because what am I too serious for you? Diarrhea? Yeah, I only took one Adderall today because I really fucked up a lot. I'm not smoking butts. Those are roaches that I didn't finish. Sorry, Trouble. So I have
there's
a
a couple of
four.
joints in one of those cigarette packs over there.
What?
There's a couple of new joints in one of the cigarette packs right there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you want to grab it.
Cool. I have more. I have more. I can smoke right now if you guys really want. I mean, I'm feeling the peer pressure. INFJs are really maybe FEs. Good night, Acacia.
Good night, Acacia.
Sleep well. If I get high as a kite, I'd have to be smoking all night.
Don't let the slumber bugs bite. All right, well, I'm going to make an effort to get higher than I currently am. I don't know if I'll be successful, but I'm going to make at least a cursory effort. Rachel, here are the joints.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
These are the joints that are left from the joints I rolled for going to LA. There's actually only one full-size one left in there, but to me, it's not even fun to be super high. Right, I have a limit to how high I like to get as well. But the dream is too mentally demanding. It just nukes the altered state. I don't feel as though tonight's dream was very mentally demanding. Seems to be a, not very like complicated topics, really.
I also have to remind people that I'm any ignoring, so like it can be hard for me to like randomly talk.
Right.
That's it.
Well, your fifth slot in E is configured as a receiver would configure it. You're designed to know what's original and new and relevant and stuff you receive. You're not designed to use extrovert intuition in the generative fashion. My experiments with eating mangoes and smoking sativa did not yield any higher results. The mango world is fibbing. You ever observe vintage porn, and even though it's the same porn, it seems so pure and innocent and natural? No, I've not encountered that. I find if I hit some good bud a couple times and just sit, I don't really get much higher. Yeah, that's true. I'm somebody who smokes weed too often to really get particularly high anytime I do smoke it.
Yeah, that's true.
But if I apply myself and pull like 4 or 5 bowls, I will get high. I need to grind some more here in a second. Johnny Katz, welcome. I've decided on indica lately, says Fly Guy. I think I might plant a little more indica this upcoming year. I think I will have DMT is everything salvia wishes it was.
Mm.
Salvia is not a good drug. And that's another one where you can black out and come to later someplace else and be like, what happened?
Oh my god. I don't want that.
It doesn't last very long, but a lot can happen in 45 seconds. Is it possible we never landed on the moon? No, the moon has definitely been landed on at this point.
Yeah, at this point.
Um, is it possible that we didn't actually land on the moon back in the 60s? It's not inconceivable, but I would say very unlikely that we didn't land on the moon back then. I first noticed something was off because cigarettes and food tasted wrong. Like Rachel and I think we're coming down with a little cold or have a little cold.
Yeah, be careful around me.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
You and I had the same thing.
Okay.
Mine, I felt like when I got up today, I felt it was, I was like, oh, I guess I got over this or something. But then later on, earlier this evening, I felt like a little tickling in my throat again and stuff. I'm not sure, but I have major congestion. That's mainly the symptom of sticking.
That's tough.
What does that mean? Have you been engaged in
I was
this?
thinking of congestion and like sticking to the lungs, because like I always, like when we were kids, we would always talk about if we were congested in our lungs. But sometimes our nose too, you get congested. Yeah.
Yeah. There's two ways to deal with congestion. One is, and then it hits me, which dries it up. The other is a decongestant, which makes it all come up.
Yeah. I might snore tonight.
Well, that's assuming you sleep, and only relevant if I also sleep.
That's true.
That's mainly the symptom that's sticking. I see.
Congestion. That's the thing about colds, they're viruses, so it's like you really just need rest to get better.
Otherwise, you just have to let it linger. I'm such a fool for you. Sleeping a lot. Sleeping's good for you. When I'm sick, I like to take an unreasonable amount of showers.
True.
Anytime I feel bad, it's like, get me in the shower under the hot water. Foolish show media, that's not real. That's imaginary. Like the square root of 2. A rolled up dollar. A rolled up dollar bill is a precursor to a very good time. When you see a rolled up bill, you're like, oh, what's going on around here? Huh? Why have you rolled that dollar bill into a straw? Oh, I just like to keep my dollar bills in tube form.
That's true, Diarrhea. That's why they say like to neti pot. It's like warm salt water.
Well, no, if you eat the oatmeal, it's not going to stick to your ribs. If you want it to stick to your ribs, you need to push it down here, maybe peel back some skin. Or you're talking about the cigarettes. No, she's You can taste them even though you don't eat them. It's one of the wonderful things about taste. We can taste things that we don't even eat. For example, I could lick something to see what it tastes like without eating it. No, I'm saying you can taste things without eating them. Things like this bong rip. It's going through my mouth, but I'm not eating it. Yeah, I know this whole taste is part of smell thing. Or so the so-called scientists say. Personally, I think taste is more part of sight than it is part of smell. So, stop trying to taste what your eyes don't see, okay? Your sinus directs the scent towards your tongue. Does it? That's why you should hold your breath if someone farts. That is a good reason to hold your breath, uh, but not experientially any different a reason than not wanting to smell it.
That's a great question, Winston's mom.
If I were to rank my sense of smell is my least powerful sense. What about you? Is it your least powerful sense or just your least useful sense? It seems like obviously smells fine if it's part of taste, like you eat food all the time, so you taste things all the time. But independent of tasting things, smell it's sort of useful. Like if you smell a bad smell, then get away from here.
Mm-hmm.
But uh, most of the time, you don't smell that bad of a smell, so it's not that useful. And then most of the time, you don't use smell to check things if they're okay. It is true that you might do that with milk, but what about holding your breasts when someone farts?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the humanity!
My least powerful sense is hearing. I have a hole in my left ear.
Yeah. I've got a little bit of hearing damage, but nothing on the scale of Rachel. Uh, I said I had pilot's vision when I was younger. It was supposed to be better than 2020, but it gets worse as you age.
Interesting.
If there's a bad bunny, is there a good bunny? Well,
That is a question.
any other bunny has got to be better than Bad Bunny, from what I was able to hear on the radio yesterday. Sure, it was lo-fi AM radio quality broadcast, but I didn't need high fidelity to tell that that guy does not have any talent.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the music is like basically kind of like a bad version of some kind of Latin music that's just totally disposable, not inspired at all, which is not necessarily the case for Latin music, but it is for that. And then his vocals, oh my God, what was he doing?
Oh, really? Is that bad?
Yeah, like, what I'm really saying is like, what made him think that, like, oh, was a good vocal part? He's just like this, horrible.
I'm so sorry.
Bad Bunny is one of the greatest writers of the 21st century. Well, I don't know what his lyrics meant, but the bits of his music that I heard, because I couldn't listen to very much of it because it was terrible.
Well, like, he's like popular because he's Spanish and they're a marginalized group and
No cap about whatever, because there must be thousands, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of better Spanish language music than Bad Bunny. I don't doubt that the show looked spectacular if you were paying attention to all the spectacle and the multiple stages, and I guess there was a lot of stuff. I heard them describe it a bit.
Stupid fucking sounds like such a dumb show. I mean, how could you have Bad Bunny and then also like Kid Rock? Like talk about opposing whatever.
Well, Kid Rock was doing an alternate halftime show that was not actually at the Super Bowl,
my
right?
God.
He was saying, "Fuck that! We shouldn't have Spanish-speaking halftime shows, so I'm going to do an American one."
I know that Green Day was there, and apparently they were good.
Oh, Green Day played?
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that. I missed that part. Lady Gaga was there too, I think. A Fool in Love with You. Okay. I fucking hate Green Day. Well, I don't hate them, but I hate some of their stuff. Isn't he Puerto Rican? Which is a territory of America. Noelia Garcia says life safety vest, heart. Safety vest, heart. Mad cat, heart, diamond ring, tongue.
So how I'm gonna explain that. I'm gonna tell my interpretation. I'm gonna interpret your emojis.
Okay.
So comb putters came into her Noella's life.
Mm-hmm.
Then like so many hearts. Then
another cone putter.
Yeah, and like wow, like again heart. Then that comb putter made her mad. Then she got a heart again, and then she got engaged, and now
she's engaged to 3 different cone putters.
Yeah.
And now she's busy giving BJs.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the Bad Bunny halftime show was politically charged. People may have politicized it, but I don't think it was in and of itself politically charged. It was just headlined by somebody making absolutely terrible music. Kid Rock had the worst lip syncing ever. He also didn't have anything worth lip syncing to. Good morning, beautiful baby. This heart, I think she was. Cool. And this one is saying 2 ladies fell in love at a birthday party.
And they're celebrating. They're taking pictures and taking memories of the celebration. They're like so celebrating, like so much. There's love exclamation point, which equals like love. And then it's like, wait, you know what?
Maybe our love is kind of blue. Kind of sad.
And then
too. You know what? Never mind. Our love is pink again.
And then 2
Let's have 2 babies
with the comb putter, and the comb putter's thinking.
The comb putter is a sperm donor to this lesbian couple.
Aww.
They should let me put together the halftime show for the next Super Bowl. The diarrhea saying aliens came on a rocket, but the rocket crashed into some blind people. So they stole the blind person's cane, and then they ate some peaches, which they found on Earth. But then if they were driving away, they ran over another blind person.
No!
Because they didn't know what the cane meant.
And
They
then-
didn't know that meant watch out. You know?
Oh. Then people pointed and laughed at them.
Yeah. Don't you know? Blind people can't see. I had a very brief phase a few decades ago where I thought I might like Kid Rock. A few minutes later, I realized I was wrong. Excellent. Call you back in your Kiss football. Call you back in your Kiss football. I don't have any Kiss football.
No, yeah.
Blueberry, strawberry, kiwi, and carrot. Pepper, 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 zucchini, and broccoli.
Those are all fruits and vegetables that your media doesn't like. I'm interpreting your
Wow.
emojis.
There's a lot he doesn't like. I'm honestly surprised it was not Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift would have been a better halftime show than Bad Bunny. Charlie Puth sang the national anthem. I had not heard of him before, had you? I'd never heard of Charlie Puth. He's got a really, joke-sounding last name.
I think it's Puth. It might be Puth. I don't know. I thought it was Puth.
Maybe it is Puth. I gave you a land of milk and honey. And what do I get? Thanks? No. Your derision and scorn. Mini footballs, blue heart. Yeah, Puth. Put it to us. Well, I like your interpretation better. This person communicates in symbols. No, I like them all pretty much. I missed the national anthem too. I missed the first few minutes of the horrible game. It wasn't that horrible of a game, Kitty Cat. It wasn't. It was. It was within shooting distance of the Patriots all the way into the fourth quarter. That's not too bad. Call you back in a few weeks to the other side. Grin, wink, grin. Orange heart, orange heart, orange heart, red heart, black heart, black heart, black heart, black heart.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea what to make of that one. It is Pootage. Puth. We are family. Hurry up, says Habitual 3. I'm getting there. All my brothers, sisters, and me. Game over, game over, game over. Heart in hands, crying guy. I doubt it, says Habitual 3. You do? I possess all of the possible brothers and sisters as well as myself. And that brings us up to date.
Yeah, we're up to date now.
It's a real accomplishment. Aside from Andy Reid, Mike McDonald may be the best coach in the NFL. What about what's his name? Sean McVay. Less than 2 months until baseball season. Wow, the first spring training game happens at the end of this month.
It's nuts.
Which is crazy. I'm glad Eric reads the comments out loud so I can pick up when mine have been censored. I only really watch the NBA. Well, you've chosen to watch the wrong sport.
Yeah, maybe next year can be Bugs Bunny.
Rocket ship or spaceship? Well, anytime a rocket ship goes into space, it becomes a spaceship. So those are basically the same thing. You're saying, is it a pointy one or a saucer-shaped one? I don't know the answer to that. Maybe next year it can be Bugs Bunny. I don't want Bugs Bunny to do the halftime show either. I want them to let me schedule the halftime show. Right, they'll show up to you, but they won't show up to anybody else. So you can't tell if your comments are censored. That my answer before I read the question. But pumpkin or Christmas tree? XXXXXCCC Blue Heart. I read that as Earthlings versus Aliens. Maybe McVay, but McDonald beat him. Well, but the Rams were deeply injured. Marriage versus bachelorhood. Okay, heavy metal hand sign, grapes and blueberries, strawberries, cherries, mangoes, and peas, pineapple, banana, corn, and tomatoes, chocolate, sundae, icy things, dumpling.
Boba. Um, are those all the kind of foods you like to eat? Because you think they're cool?
Is it every food you've eaten in the last 6 hours? Help, I'm being censored, says Diaro. Holy shit, says Fly Guy. Camera or donut? Donut.
It's a CD,
Oh,
so
CD.
you know people would think it was done.
Oh, right. How about a boy band have a bunch of Rachel? I don't think Rachel's a fan of boy bands, but how I would organize it? Well, I'd have good bands. I have like Baby No Money, maybe the headliner, maybe Johnny be another one who shows up,
That'd be fun.
and then let's get a girl in there too.
Yeah, I
Let's
was
get
gonna say.
like maybe Claire Rosencrantz.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. And we're just looking for a good life, swinging at the stars.
Oh.
Meow, 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 meow. Tangled in your arms. Meow, meow, meow. Male flashlight dynamite zucchini. Baguette eggplant caterpillar love. Well, I haven't the slightest idea what those things could be referring to.
I believe those are all things that could be wieners.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
I was joking.
Oh. No, Elia, you are a clown.
Yeah, well, clowns are just the longest persisting form of failed comedian.
I skipped the Super Bowl show and I watched the Fruits Basket movie with Carrot.
Those are some peculiar objects you picked, particularly their shape. Right. Yeah. This is kind of like an arms race between the stranger and the show. Between the stranger and show. an emoticon arms race. For the weekend of the week, I have a good idea to the house or the phone with you, and I have to the point of her to the point where you have it on the road and see the weather 78 in a relationship. What?
I don't understand that at all.
That makes very little sense. I could maybe theorize what you might say. I think it might mean when you go out, when you're having the weekend off, either stay at home or take your phone with you. Because I've had it on the road and see the weather 78 in a relationship. Okay, I'm lost too. I don't know. I think she's not a native English speaker is what I'm thinking, show media. In the first several Super Bowls, the halftime show was a marching band. Really? I didn't know that. I would have thought like in the first Super Bowl, they would have had like Jimmy Durante doing comedy on the stage. How was that first half? That was a real doozy. Ha cha 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 cha. Okay. I think I could probably draw this to a close. Not necessarily need to, but I could continue working on this. Probably would be just as effective working on it while doing this, but let me out of this. Let me meow this down a bit. Great. What would a lime do to such a small pathogen anyway? Well, you know, if it's acidic enough, it could kill the pathogen. You're going to draw some clothes. Let us see. Oh, I only just looked at her channel. Look. What's her channel like, says Fly Guy?
Is she American?
I don't think. I think English is not her first language.
Yeah, that's what I meant, really. Nothing wrong with that.
No, I don't think anybody interpreted that as conveying anything wrong.
I mean, these emojis are starting to remind me of this like quote that one of the characters in Girls says. He's like, "It's incredibly frustrating when you send me an emoji of a panda, a gift, a knife, and a gun or something. Like, what does that even mean? Like, that's what that looks like to me. It's like knives, peace, and chickens. Oh my god, it's so annoying. Knives and peace, then knives again, then peace, and then there's fire, and then there's prayer. You wait around and you do your nails. You do your face. Oh, sweet. What came first, the chicken or the chicken leg? Babies of rock and roll. They're baby chicks. And when you drink, you get good luck. Bomb diggity stars. And some birthday cake. Right now, and hair and brown and black is your bomb money. What?
Nancy G. Wiz. Feel for her family. She's unalive and has been since the first Saturday she went missing. I heard about this story. That somebody started being a newscaster on NBC, and then his wife got kidnapped and has been missing ever since, or something.
Oh my god.
Oh, we are at 20. Like, you manifested it.
Nice.
You did that.
Yeah, you did. I don't know how to like. Do you have a good day and time for me but had not heard of? I'm not angry. I'm trying to figure out what Noelia is talking about. I'm lost in translation.
I have no idea what she means either. Why are you staring from with an angry looking face? She's not. Good night, Noah.
thinking.
Oh, yeah. The dude that ran onto the field during the game wore meta glasses to record the whole thing. He had the name of the software company written on his chest. But you know what? They don't show that person on TV, do they? They normally purposefully
Thank you for letting you are going through a picture, and I have been busy.
okay. I just scrolled in. I didn't know. Fair enough.
Oh, that's fine. It's if you just scrolled in, that's why. But it's a good question. It is a good question to ask if why I have an angry face. It was more like me, like, what?
Sly Guy's like the horse whisperer in that he can convince no Elliot Garcia
Go to
to
sleep.
stop bucking. I could be wrong, but in like 80% sure this person is just pressing top words on a keyboard. That's certainly
Maybe.
plausible.
Yeah.
Apparently, Miss Guthrie has been going to a friend's house to watch a church service and never showed up. Oh, she was going to a friend's house.
That's sad.
Why do you go to a friend's house to watch a church service?
Maybe
Is
like
it on TV?
because the weather's been bad in the area. I don't know.
Ziggy Lane Abel. It's all good. G says INFJ in the spotlight. Hi, INFJ in the spotlight. How's it going?
I feel like as an INFJ, I don't do well in the spotlight. It's not my. I'd rather not practice. I'd rather not. Period.
Putty Cat's theory is a family member did it. Poor Rachel gets the camera out on her and immediately gets her INFJ stare called up.
I wasn't staring. I was very confused, but I was trying to figure out what she was saying.
Hey, lovely, just wondering what's beyond on the maps. Sometimes I look within the maps but can't see the map, the mapping the map, but then slowly I get to the map in the mapping itself.
I say lose the map.
Yeah, good idea. A lot of older people watch church via a live stream, especially if they can't drive. I thought church was something one's pastor does to one in the confession box. Nah,
Catholics.
it's not supposed to be that.
Yeah. Like my mom is in South Carolina and they got hit with a lot of snow like 2 weeks ago, I think. And she watched pre-recorded sermons that were like she watched old church things so she could watch church. So people were getting together to watch church. I'm not surprised about that, I guess. Sorry to hear that, Noelia. That's why we don't like that crying. But we gotta get a new one of the whole thing that is parasocial thing that is getting robbed by the way he moves. As long as you do me too. Are you drunk, G? Live streaming of church started when the government had the unconstitutional forbidding of gatherings. Oh, I didn't know that. Or are you just being sarcastic?
Okay.
What?
I should just time this person out. I don't know what she's talking about. If you can't make a little more sense than that, then you can just go ahead and get timed out.
It really is clear as crystal.
No, we understood what
Oh.
you were referring to, but or I did.
Well,
You know?
I went to church that had live streaming of church get-togethers like before COVID. It probably just got really popular during COVID, which makes sense. Um, who's Harvey 11? Oh, I see what you're saying. Show media. You said you watched Sex and the City, right? Yep, Saturday is Valentine's Day. Cool. Wow, show media. I wasn't allowed to watch it, I don't think. Well, Chris Noth was recently interviewed on a podcast, and he said that he is not on good terms with um Sarah Jessica Parker because after it was alleged that he sexually assaulted these women, they cut Chris Noth from the show without letting him speak his side. So it's really, hey, Strobe Beal. Um, I actually do think that the allegations weren't just, hey Seth, weren't just allegations. I actually do think that he sexually assaulted those victims. But I do understand why he would be like, well, at least hear me out instead of just like firing me. Um, but I still think he did it. I do think they should have had a conversation with him, but I actually haven't seen The Sopranos either. I'm telling you, there's a bunch of stuff from like when I was younger that I haven't seen. I only really just like started like watching stuff out of my comfort zone maybe like 20 years ago. And Sex and the City I would watch here and there, like when my parents weren't home, or if I was at my cousin's house, I'd watch it. But we had my dad's favorite show is The Sopranos. You like the show? You? I've never watched You. It was like a little too. It hit a little bit too close to home for me, because when that came out, um, been stalked, and I felt like, yeah, like I couldn't watch it.
Which one are you talking about? Sopranos? Is that what you were talking about? You couldn't watch it?
No, you. I've never seen but I've never seen The Sopranos. That's one I actually do want to watch. Um, but I haven't seen it. That's a good example of Noelia show media. Good job. I'm down for that. What kind of psychic attitude does Noelia have, though? I think Sesame Street is still making shows. This mom says, I don't think someone knows. Hope you get that because I don't want to spell it out. Show media.
Is Sesame Street still making shows? I don't know.
I think so. Yes, Sesame Street is still on and not ending. Well, we can smoke together this morning, have coffee and cannabis. I'll smoke more.
I only put like one or two balls and I forgot what I was doing or stopped doing it.
My parents were foreigners, so they had no idea of commercial TV shows and what I was watching, so I was scared as a child. Scarred as a child. Scarred because, like, you, like, were watching a bunch of, like, adult stuff. I watched Sesame Street more than Mr. Rogers. I did watch both, but I preferred Sesame Street. I've never seen Ninja Scroll. I never even heard of it. Yeah, I was just thinking about how, like, so many people want to be, like, creative, and I don't think everyone has it. And I also think that, like, you can still be creative and not artistic. And you can be artistic and not creative at all. You can be artistic and just paint sceneries. Not that it doesn't make you not creative, it does. Like, you are, it's creative, it's, you're doing something with a medium that is in the spectrum of art, but it's not exactly, besides like mixing the paint and getting the shading and stuff, you're not really like um expressing yourself if you're just drawing a house. I mean, I understand like learning perspective and like I could draw like scenes pretty well, like scenery pretty well. But like again, like I don't know. I used to think that like, oh, I can draw pretty well, like that must make me such a creative person, but I I just don't think that's true. On the Skips Child Racer, still found the pizza best with Cat Dream on top. That's perfect show media. How's that for concise noobs? How much was the dish of Big Ziti? It looked delicious. I'm curious about the price. Your Big Ziti video from a bit ago. Paid by numbers is art, but not creative. I'm like, I mean, like maybe it's creative. It's definitely using the other half of your brain, right? So like it's exercising that side of your brain, but like would I say that I'm creative just by doing paint by numbers? Like I don't know, dude. Like I think of people like Dave Matthews who like clearly like values and thinks he's so creative and different, and it's like no, you're not. You're just not. You're a fucking hack. And like
Do they still do painting with a twist? I think you go and paint and drink a bunch of wine.
yeah, they do that.
It's like, um, let us help you justify your alcoholism.
Yeah, because like everyone has to drive after pretty much unless they go as a group.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Um
No, I'm not drinking. I'm in a painting class. What is this? Why am I clicking this link? Who would put that link? Show media. Oh, you got that food from there. I see you're answering Rachel's question.
I actually don't think that maybe Bad Bunny, I think the people who set up the Super Bowl halftime show were creative. They like brought this ethnic um I shouldn't say ethnic, I should say cultural um setting together in such a fun way. Um he's a musical artist, I guess. But see, that's what I mean. Like, if wine makes you creative, why are children the most creative? I don't know if children are the most creative. They're the most imaginative.
The thing is, there's being creative, which I think it was generally just meaning being generative, generating some sort of something.
Yeah.
And then there's creating things. Then there's artistry, which people have varying degrees of it, right? Like, ideally, your thing is all artistry and no creativity.
Yeah.
But it's almost impossible to attain that level. So you're gonna have some creativity, some of which rises to the level of artistry.
Yeah, like, chemistry is not really creative. It's literally creating. You're creating a new thing by mixing things in some chemistry. But it's you can't. I don't know. I don't think if I was a biochemist or something, I don't think if I thought I was a chemist that I would think I was creative. I think that I would have a logical mind. And that's what I'm trying to say is that having a logical mind is totally okay. Like, I think it's totally okay for someone to be like, yeah, I'm not really that creative. I'm more rational, or I'm more logical, or I'm more, um, I don't know. People that do word working or things like that are creative. Yeah, sure. I mean, I think like I like to, I don't know. They don't have to run against each other. Like, Einstein had a level of creativity in order to create relativity. I just don't think, like, he was using his creative mind in a more mathematical way. But that's what I mean. Isn't it okay that Einstein would probably consider himself to be more of a mind than a creator? Like, what's so great? Like, why does everyone have to be creative?
It's not the case that everyone has to be creative.
It seems like everyone nowadays, like, they're like, oh, I did this little thing and now I'm creative. And it's like,
It's not an end in itself. Like, it's an end when you create something that's worth having been created, like in and of itself on its
yeah,
own merits.
yeah.
But just the process of generating shit does not have any inherent value.
No.
That would be Isaac Newton. We were pretty skeptical about
Really?
Einstein being INTP. I'm not.
I'm
He
not
seems
either.
quite SE polar too. Like,
Mm.
you know, he was kind of notoriously lazy.
I when they talk about Einstein's desk and how messy it was, it makes me feel better about myself.
Is a live stream creative? Well, but again, that's
Dude,
a great example. A live stream is creative, but it doesn't attain quality as media, or is it simply attain enjoyability because of the interaction?
yeah, like I think it's the interaction.
Yeah,
We're creating,
yeah,
but that
and
doesn't necessarily mean like I'm not being creative right now.
right. Even though you're generating content, you're
Yeah,
not really being
right.
creative. Whereas, like when I was playing something on the piano earlier and you sang for a little while, like made some rap for a little while. In that instance, you were being creative.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, what is this person's
I
deal?
don't know.
Yeah, I assume Simon was either INTJ or INTP. He's very INTP and not INTJ. His ideas about relativity are classic textbook NETI kind of thinking. It's intuitive, intuitively realized things, like thought experiments and what you can deduce based on definitional exceptions that are implicit to light if you have the right thought experiment. It's all the beautiful kind of pure NTP theorizing. It's not any kind of empirics driven TE stuff.
Nilburn, that should be up to you, not your wife. No offense. No, that's the whole thing about pornography. They make fun of the acting and stuff and the bad music because they're trying to be creative, but it's actually not. Of course, they think that they're artists too. They're artists in their own. They're stars. You could be a star and not be an artist.
No, Bert, it's also the case there's a general rule that says just make your kid look like his dad. I think that's a
Oh, you're saying you have a kid and you to uncircumcised or circumcised. I don't know. I have no say in that. But I think what Eric says is true.
yeah. Just make them look like their dad, and then they won't. Yeah. Some people are like, "Oh, it's terrible to do that," but I don't think it's. What would NITE look like in contrast? Well, NITE would be, um, be something like what Tesla does. Like Tesla's an INTJ, so he was like, I have intuited a way to have send wireless electricity. That's some brilliant technological insight. It's not an explanation. Whereas Einstein, based on some brilliantly intuited thought experiments and the deductively necessary things that follow from the definitional constraints on things, he managed to successfully explain reality correctly in ways that it had never been before correctly explained, and in ways that have done nothing but validate. And it was predicated on no empirics, no actual observations of anything,
Hmm.
which is just fucking perfect, you know? Pure and perfect and just and true, and unsullied by the material world. Our brainwaves are magnetic toward a particular group. The Steve Billings guy was the omen. She could have skipped another channel by now. Maybe she's confused as to what channel she's at. When you go number two, are you being creative? Well, you are generating some output, you know. I guess you could call that creating. I would more likely refer to it as expelling than creating or evacuating. It's also the case that you're not really making anything new. You're just changing the form of food into poo. It's really what humans are. They're a food to poo conversion machine.
A food to pro conversion machine.
Yeah. Oh, geez. What am I going to do, Daryl? I got all this food. I need to have it all converted into poo by Monday morning. Well, bring it right over here. I got some people. They will eat your food and convert it to poo. Is it still going? What? The food poo conversion conspiracy? Yeah, it's called biology. It's how we live. Read a book. It's called like skin and blood and bones and stuff.
Mm-hmm. A rock pile ceases to be a rock pile the moment a single man contemplates it, bearing within him image of a the cathedral. Um, I don't know. I just feel like it's totally okay to be normal too. Like your level of creativity, like I don't know. It's totally fine to be average.
That's not true at all, dude. It's not the same for anything matter redistribution. Think about the difference being that if I write a song, I start with absolutely nothing and I end up with a song. I don't start with a movie and convert it into a song.
That's the kind of magnetic comments I was talking about. What are you talking about? I'm confused now. I've been confused. I'm usually confused. Because I gaslight myself. Oh my god, if we got a knock on the door right now, I'd fucking be bugging out too. Like something actually like big must have happened. I thought not too long ago, like a couple days ago or like a week ago, um like I heard I think Leo, the dog, come like around and like scratch at our door, but I'm not I don't want to let him in. Oh, phew. I feel much better now. No, nothing metaphysical applies to what I said I was talking about the food poop conversation machine. Why not? Why not? Diarrhea. To bring into being, early 15C, from Latin creatus, past principle of
I
creare.
think you should eat something. Can I make you something to eat?
Me?
Yeah, I mean, I might eat a little something too, but I had a whole Hungry Man dinner.
Oh, I'm not really hungry.
You don't feel hungry, but I think you could. I think your SI is showing a little bit of like, I guess, for lack of a better word, hangriness.
Okay. Well, why? Because I'm saying like not everyone's creative.
No. I'm just saying like, I know that when I'm fucked out and don't eat, when I do eat, my mood improves and everything. You know, it just seems
I
like
eat a little.
I'll make you a little something.
Okay.
What do you want to have?
Well, what are you making for
I'll
yourself?
make whatever you want to have.
I can have
make
a TV dinner.
TV dinner.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like a boneless pork rib chicken patty? That's your backyard barbecue, but it's Hungry Man.
Oh, no, that's bigger.
That's too big.
Yeah.
You want a small one? We don't have any more backyard barbecue banquets or anything.
That's fine.
You can choose between meatloaf, chicken parmesan, rigatoni. No wait, I'm sorry, sweet and sour chicken. And that's it.
I will have the meatloaf, please.
Okay, or there's one more option. I could cook chicken sandwiches.
Cooked chicken sandwiches?
Yeah, like
Oh.
cook a piece of chicken, put pieces of bread, a little cheese, a little mustard.
That might be nice. Whatever you feel like.
I want chicken sandwiches.
Okay. Being a 9 Enneagram means deferring to whatever your partner wants.
Don't try to give me something else.
So, sorry, Fly Guy. I wish we could send it to you through the Wi-Fi. Thanks, Fly Guy. No, I actually don't, Putty Cat, because a lot of animes. Well, I think that possibly like like I don't really think that it. I don't think they were tripping on acid, most of them, because a lot of animes are drawn in South Korea and they're really, really strict with drugs.
In general, most of Asia is.
In general, most of Asia is. Same to you, JRB. Zimbop, hello. Why are we cowards? Oh. I knew you just did, but what did I do, JRB? I know it was a coward. I've smoked weed, but I swear it's like not the weed talking.
Are you drugs? No, she's not drugs. Zimbop, I want to talk to you about a little something called social grace. Now, is that how we talk to our friends or people who might become friends? Do we introduce ourselves by accusing them of being cowards? No. But I want you to know that I'm here and ready to give you a second chance.
I need to get this is dead cash.
There's 3 more right there.
Cool, thank you.
You need more joints? You need more joints.
I have some in my bag.
Okay. I'll at least roll you another 1 or 2.
Thanks.
Shut the fuck up, Rusted. This fucking guy. Who's Rusted?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Enjoy your trip. We're not going on any trip. We're just chiseling.
Stop talking about yourself that way, Zimbob.
We're just chiseling. Stone cold chiseling. We're not afraid of you. It may be the case that at some point in our respective lives we displayed cowardice, but certainly we're not afraid of you.
I mean, I'm a coward, but like, I don't want to like. Neither
You're
of
just
them.
prudent and careful, Rachel. Any characterization of you as a coward would be intentionally reductive and you know, spiteful or venomous or whatever.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Neither of them, Putty Cat, they're not creative. I don't know if they had like writing talent. I'm pretty sure New Kids on the Block didn't. I don't know. I really don't know, honestly, Putty Cat. I don't know who's more creative. I liked New Kids on the Block better when I was like 5. And I was an instinct girl.
I think that the time is right for a new white rapper to come out and call himself Nilla Wafer.
That's good. I believe so. He, Putty Cat, will Eric continue his creation of said pond? Yes. Actually, he tried to put the pump, on today, but the pipe is too. The tube.
The tube's a little too narrow. I need to get the next size up.
The tube is too narrow.
It was the right size for the previous pump, but it's not the right size for this pump.
Honestly, the only album that I have listened to fully through is that one with the prism on it, Dark Side of the Moon.
Hello,
Hello, hello.
Is there anybody in there?
Is there anyone at all? There is no meow meow you've been sleeping. No meow 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 meow. No, not the wall. No, it's definitely not the wall. I don't know the wall all the way through. I only know that the song. I know Dark Side of the Moon. You know, Money. I don't remember a lot of the songs on it. Bro's gonna have to fight Nestle for that. Pulse? Is that a Pink Floyd song? I don't know. I don't know that song. I've only had LSD a couple of times. Once was while watching The Wall. Huh. I got really stoned and watched The Wall, and I was like, this thing is weird. Weird. Again! Something that is like, someone was like, let's just get so creative. Like the Beatles, right? The Beatles, creative musically. Like, definitely creative and talented musically. But when it came to music videos, it didn't translate.
Like all of a sudden they lost all their NI.
Yeah.
They came to making movies.
Music, yeah, videos. There is no meow, meow, you meow, meow. I don't hear you. This is like Epstein Code? No. We're not associated with that fucking disgusting evil doer. I can't even say that Epstein was a person. He's just so disgusting. He's like sludge of the earth. Evil. Just so evil. I almost didn't watch the Super Bowl yesterday because I saw that Jay-Z was there and I was like, you've got to be kidding me. This guy just fled the country because of the Epstein files and now he's showing up at the Super Bowl? Like, what a fucking gross wad. 3 years of yoga. Have you heard about the yoga and Pilates? Like, there's a lot of like on TikTok, there's a trend. There's a video going viral of this girl taking a Pilates class or a yoga class, and the yoga instructor is like kind of being like not lenient, like she's being like stern with the class, and a lot of people are like, there's a lot of discourse about it. Not the gardening belt. How else would they be able to tend to the plants if they're at their house as well? 18-year-old that is not -8. Ugh. I recently learned that Newsom did. Ew, gross, gross, so gross, so gross. Should be illegal. That's so much difference. That is such a big. That's grooming. You're literally grooming at that point. Newsom is gross as well.
Who's being gross?
I think that what's his name? Newsom? Gavin Newsom?
Gavin Newsom?
Yeah.
Is he gross? I just thought he was an idiot.
Um, I don't know. I don't know a lot about him. Something about him. I don't know.
I mean, these days, it's easy to understand that anybody who's rich, powerful, and famous is up to all kinds of debauchery.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I know that Oprah was in the Epstein files. They said one of the emails said, "Don't worry about this girl. We'll put her under Oprah's wing." It hasn't snowed. Yeah, I know he will. It's gonna rain. I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns to snow. I did see like in the news that it said that the Sierras were supposed to um get snow. Well, I think the best breakfast is the corned beef and hash with hash browns. Is from
It's hard to beat corned beef hash.
yeah, from Sportsman's Cafe. Look for the book tours to know who will make a run. Dioril. Sort of a way to vet the numbers without spending a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Wait.
Dioril says, I like the strategic thinking.
Okay. Man, another plate.
Yeah, he is. He is gearing up for it. Show media, do you like crepes? I make a dish with crepes that has lobster, shrimp, and scallops served with a Newburgh sauce. What's Newburgh sauce? Eggs, cream, and butter with cherries. Very buttery, Rachel. Ooh. Is the lobster and shrimp in there fresh? There is an ice cream shop in Mariposa. It's not open every day, but there is an ice cream shop, yes. Sorry, yeah, it's the way I speak. It's crepes. Not creeps. Do you like creeps? Let's normalize bringing back self-depreciating songs like I'm a creep, even though they don't like that song. I just read that Johnny, what's his name from Radiohead, Johnny, he found out that music from Phantom Thread that he wrote was in the Melania movie, and I think he's like trying to sue or something.
What movie?
Melania. There's a movie about Melania on Netflix.
Who's Melania?
Trump.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's yeah, they put it in they used the Phantom Thread soundtrack in the movie, and he's really pissed. Good night, Diaril. Sleep well. Thanks for the warm wishes.
Don't let the slumber bugs gouge.
Don't let the slumber bugs gouge. I mean, like, Candace Owens can be ENTJ. She might be. She just, like, I don't know. She's definitely TE. Just there's something missing there. Like, I feel like there is NI missing there for some reason. I'm not sure. I really don't know. Her FE sucks. She's tough. Like, I wouldn't want to get into an argument with her. She'd probably over talk me. And I'd be like, oh my god, whatever, just stop talking, please. I don't know. I said on a whim that she's an ESTJ, but she could be an ENTJ. I don't know much about her. I just know that she doesn't really have abstract ideas. She takes media information and makes commentary about it. That's what I mean. Like, she thinks her opinions are like Bible. I'm like, girl, like, you're right about maybe 1 out of every 10 things that I hear you talk about. Hey, Alex Holdfast, how you doing? She does talk about third eye shit. I mean, then maybe she is ENTJ. Because, like, I don't even think that many ESTJs, like, care about third eye stuff. Although, I don't know. I have no idea. There are tarot readers who are ESTJs, so... She could be ENTJ. It's just like she like I don't know, she like projects this like image of herself of like, you know, like clean girl aesthetic. It's the third eye like Planet X. No, your third eye is apparently in between your eyebrows. So where the pineal gland is. And it supposedly helps with intuition.
And if you can't locate your third eye between these two eyes, check the back right below your
Right.
shoulder blades because it could be back there.
Yeah, it could be
On
behind
some,
your head.
on
Yeah,
some
some
people it's
people.
put there. It's kind of like a gasoline tank door release. It's in different places on different people.
No. What's happening today? Well, Eric is making chicken sandwiches right now. And I'm talking about how I don't know if Candace Owens is an ESTJ or an ENTJ. She could be an ENTJ. I really don't know. I don't watch a lot of her stuff. I just know that like when she talks, I don't usually agree with what she has to say. It's like one like two out of every like 30 things that she has to say I agree with. But again, I don't I'm only seeing like super small clips of her. I'm not interested in her, so I don't watch her stuff. But I was just musing. It made me wonder again. I brought up the topic. I was like, maybe she is ENTJ, but and I could say some pretty like controversial things on here right now, but I'm gonna not. I'm not familiar with all these terms, so I can't have input. Sorry about that, Alex Holdfast. What? Oh, I like you're not familiar with like me saying ENTJ, ESTJ? No, I'm not gonna say it because I don't want to be provocative. Uh, I used to like Third Eye Blind. Third Eye Blind was like the first CD I ever bought, I think. Like with my own money and stuff. I think. I bought it at Tower Records. The views go up to like 100 like back in the day. Oh, I'm sorry, Alex Holdfast. It's like what I like to talk about. Typology. No, I didn't have a boombox actually. Well, we had a boombox. Yes, growing up, like later on in life, we had a boombox, but it wasn't a large one where you had two decks. It was only one deck. So yeah, we had a boombox until I was, I don't know, maybe like 15. ESTJ and ENTJ are two different personality types from typology. Yes, I did, Putty Cat. Rachel, did you record songs on the radio on a cassette? Yes, I did. Thanks, Kenneth. Typology is not that widely known. It's more known than it was maybe like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, but maybe even longer than that. But like they teach it in schools. If you take a psychology course, they'll probably have you take the test. Some jobs make you take a personality test. Yeah, 8-track. My dad said that 8-track players didn't stay around very long, though.
Yeah, they weren't very good technology. Cassettes were better and replaced them relatively quickly.
Makes sense. Yeah, this trash can comes in handy. The Air Force used MBTI to place pilots in the cockpits. Google types their employees. Wells Fargo does also. It's the big corporate world, and on college campuses, MBTI is about careers. We're awake because we took Adderall. It's 2:48 in the morning here. Many employers use something called predictive index in the interview process. But the thing is that like I was always testing as thank you
What would you like to drink?
ENFPs.
Iced tea?
Yeah, that'd be great. I was always testing as ENFPs, so like people were thinking that they were hiring an ENFP, whatever that meant to them.
Here you go, precious pinata.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's also 2:48. Where Kenneth Albee is.
Oh, putting back together a tape when the tape got tangled was so tough. I remember my parents having to do it sometimes because kids that don't have like the best of patience or they get frustrated easily.
Yeah, you might would just throw that cassette away.
I like I said, I got personality tested to work for the Olive Garden. Only time I ever was tested though. I'm in Vegas, my day off partying. Ah, that's good. I mean, there's cheese on it. There's cheese. You can take it if you'd like.
Well, 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 what have we here? I'll tell you what we have. We have an opportunity to learn. It's possible to potentially eat too much cheese, but I'm actually to her right.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing wrong with biology. Don't get yourself down, people. He lives in Sin City. Did you ever see Bretsky?
That's a good question.
I guess when you live in Vegas, probably don't go to the casino all that often. We both like the same foods, or the foods we disagree on. There are some foods we. I mean, like When I make, say, mac and cheese or rice with smoked sausage or spam, she'll usually not want the smoked sausage or spam. You saw Gwen Stefani, huh? How long ago was that? Is she still playing shows? That's way too much for a Gwen Stefani concert. You know, there were Super Bowl tickets going for $20,000. Why were all the Kardashians there? Is she married to that like country singer guy that used to be married to Miranda somebody? Blake Shelton. Yeah. So like I don't think either Gwen Stefani or Blake Shelton is having a link to the Kardashians. If we go out together for the day, we typically get takeout. Who's my favorite band? I mean, in some sense, I don't really have a favorite band, but there are artists who pop up more on my playlist that I listen to than others. A good answer to the question is Johnny, Jawny, or Baby No Money. But I feel like the shine of Baby No Money is wearing off on me a little bit. Whereas Johnny, every time I re-listen to his shit, it's like, oh my god, this guy's a genius. All right, you want some more chicken? Here. That's a good first concert, Weird Al, I think, you know. Especially if you were a kid. My first concert was undoubtedly some horrible jazz concert that my dad drug us to. Wow, that food hits like it ain't no joke. It hits like a freight train on a Tuesday. Feeling good on a Wednesday. I'm Lord, 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 Lord. I am Lord, I am Lord, 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 Lord. Your first gig was the Cult Love Tour, 1995. Your first gig? You mean the first gig you went to see? Or do you maybe mean something else? Bum, 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 bum. Nobody knows now, and nobody will ever know, for as long as we all shall live. And stop. What you gonna say when you come over here and you tell me, hey Eric, what do you fear? I fear the beat that's so hard like this. It is a beat that will make you make a fist, and I'll say what, why, who, how, when, where, and whether so. I don't know. And that's why it's bad, because I like to know things. Chicken sandwiches, I'll make them for us. It's the only weapon I brandishes, and don't you know chicken sandwiches are good? If you like chicken sandwiches and you think that you know the biz, maybe you should open up a chicken sandwich store. But if you don't really know, and you've got Dunning-Kruger, then so you should open up a different kind of store. Chicken sandwiches are for professionals. You can't make them if you were just some casual acquaintance of either the chicken or sandwiches. Steve likes radishes, Joe likes Branson, Ohio, I mean Missouri, so I know that I like chicken sandwiches, and that's the weapon that I brandishes. If you don't like chicken sandwiches, you differ from me. What happened? Oh, my computer went to sleep. And with it, the sound card. Sound card, what sound card, why? Sound card, what sound card, why? What's my favorite Pink Floyd album? I don't have a Pink Floyd album that I like. I think a couple Pink Floyd songs are alright, but I wouldn't want a whole album of that shit. I'm not much of a Fleetwood Mac fan, although they got a couple good songs. That could be Dan's favorite song perhaps, but not mine. I'm not a huge Fleetwood Mac fan. But I tell you what I am. This is the kind of music I love. A folksy song with a couple of doves flying overhead, representing peace and tranquility. I love this kind of music so much. It's a special kind of touches required to make this beautiful music right here. Some people tell me, Eric, this music's not good, but I correct them and I say, you are so very, 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 very wrong. How long did you go to wrongness school to learn to be so wrong? And then he replied to me, I never even attended wrongness school. They wouldn't let me matriculate. I had hoped to become one of the greats of wrongness, but instead here I am, just singing this song, just yeah, 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 yeah. What do you think that I just saw? Do you believe in a wondrous illusion of magic? Or do you mean that you don't believe? That makes me believe and grieve. 'Cause I know that magic is inside of your heart. Now, listen here, you who would know better what's inside my heart. You say maybe that it's a magic in there, but I think it's more like a start of something deeply reasonable, which is the object of magic. I can't do a somersault while playing music, nor could I do a cartwheel while playing music. Maybe I could do a foot stand. What's a foot stand? A foot stand is like a handstand, but you're standing on your feet. One. Bagadiga 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 ba, bagadiga 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 ba, bagadiga 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 ba, bagadiga 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 ba. Spring break, woo woo! Look at my boobs. Spring break, woo 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 woo! Look at my boobs. Spring break, woo 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 woo! Get me some beads. Spring break, woo 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 woo! I got these. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Everybody, get ready. You know what time it is? It's spring break. I needed 3 hands in that case. Hey boys! Oh, you want me to show you, huh? Well, after all, it is spring break! Woo! Spring break! I said spring break! What you all about? I'm all about spring break. Spring break is the time. Spring break is the reason. Spring break is the chime of the off season. Once a year during the springtime, everybody goes to Daytona Beach. They say, look at us in the springtime. We're beginning to teach one another about the meaning of sister and brother in the platonic sense of the word, not the familial sense at all. And spring break, it happens every April 8th. The spring break, look alive. It's time to show 'em my drive. It's time to be spring break. I went to spring break to the MTV Beach House. Everybody was dancing all around us, and we went and said, hey, MTV, is it cool that we're here? And MTV's like, I don't know, what can you offer to us? What beneficial bit of spring bust? I'll show you the bust that made spring break great. In just a second, just wait, here you go. Spring break. Spring break. Spring break. Spring break. Spring break. Forget about that winter time. Summer is not the proper climb. You can do away with fall, autumn leaves, I need none adults. But instead, we'll go to winter. Skip it by, it's just a splinter. We've got a destination with spring. So, spring break, you always deliver. Okay, that's why it's called spring break. How old are you, Winston's mom? She is a very mature 12 years old. I've never met a 12-year-old with quite as much poise and dignity as Winston's mom, but she proves age is just a number. I was born the year that Thriller came out, but nobody was thrilled and shouted. Instead, they dealt with it in a prudent fashion. Michael Jackson didn't give birth to me, though I can understand why you'd see that first and foremost as the likely explanation this time. Instead it was Sting. Yes, wonderful Sting. He was the one who gave birth to me, and this ring that I wear is in honor of his parenthood. He said, listen, Eric, I don't care how many breaths you take, 'cause every one of them, I think it's fucking great. And I'm Sting, so I obviously know what I'm talking about. Don't you doubt, don't get out, get scared and pout, 'cause I'm Sting. Or you may be Sting, but that's the end of the song, I guess. And you remember the time that I forgot about why. You recall that day, I remember the time you forgot why we rhymed, and I can't recall what you said. What do you want when you said that thing? Did you mean to draw attention to my string? Because that string is a very private matter. If you wanted to talk about string, you should have brought it up with my diamond ring, and you wouldn't have to be so concerned. I don't want to talk about any string at all. I'll only use it to tie up the plants that fall. Not all plants stay upright. If you give them adequate light, they're gonna grow up into the very high blue sky. If you want to use your string for arts and crafts, be my guest, go ahead and do that. And if you don't, you can tie up some plants with me. I can't imagine why you wouldn't. It's not like I couldn't. I don't wanna see your company. The end. All the songs, all the nonsense I'm gonna be doing for now. We're gonna do a Whitney Houston song. Okay. I believe the children are our future. Let them now and help them find the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride. You know, Whitney Houston, she knew all about child rearing. Let's just respect her wisdom.
Not me. I've been rubbing my eyes.
Okay,
Thank you.
sure. Just trying to be inclusive.
Oh, thanks.
It's too hot in here. We've had the heater on all night. That's fairly unusual for us these days.
Oh, that is.
Good night, show media. Have you ever been going on vacation solo somewhere and cosplaying an entire new character for yourself? Be someone the opposite of who you are and play it over the top? I've not imagined doing that. I have enough difficulty playing myself.
I'm gonna leave, but...
All right, you gotta do that. Take yourself a nice, relaxing clonazepam. There are, I think, maybe 2 gallons left, but I might have to get more tomorrow.
I don't know if you guys have any gabapentins left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got some Benadryls you could take, and
Oh, yeah.
we'll get the gabapentin later this morning after the sun rises. And, you know, the store opens and stuff. I'm too immersed with the stress of my past to let go and be someone else. Yeah. Like, even when I'm sprung and having fun, which tonight qualifies as such, my mind comes back to stressors and practicalities and life realities and stuff, and makes me go, boo hoo 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 hoo. That's how the doves cry. Well, I'm also, wonderful news, everybody. I'm also more or less out of cigarettes. I do have a fair number of sizable butts outside though, so I'm not too worried about that. I'll save this last full beef for a little bit later. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. Well, maybe they had determined that you had not yet spent enough time swimming with the porpoises. Oh no, mister, you're getting your full porpoise swim's worth. Get back in there. I don't want to swim with the porpoises anymore. I don't care. What did I come back here for? Maybe I get my glass. Oh, probably that. But possibly get my glasses. Maybe open the blinds. Shutters, I mean. By that time, I may have to go home. Oh, mercy, mercy me. That was a horrible application. Okay. So, what am I going to get here? Glasses? And then just, I won't even bother opening the shutters. Oh, I did open the shutters. I don't even know why I went back in here. I'll probably realize it as soon as I step outside what it was I went back to get. Oh, a lighter? That's very plausible. to get a lighter in. I already got it. Very plausible, like what's a word that rhymes with plausible? Mazel tov? Mazel tov rhymes reasonably well with plausible. Schnoz? Schnoz kibble. Dog food for your nose. Schnoz kibble rhymes with plausible, sort of. Claw Sybil? Right. I don't want to claw Sybil, but it is plausible. I know it doesn't quite rhyme all perfectly, but pretty close. If you want a vacation, if you choose a location, where would you go? A beach, a city, a forest, a desert? I'd probably go to a city. I got plenty of forest around. I don't like the beach, and the desert's fine, but not a whole hell of a lot to do there. Although I don't hate the beach. It's like I could go to the beach if there were like rocks on the shore and I was going fishing. Much more so than if I would like to go lie down on the sand or on a towel or something. It's not really my scene. All right. You observe the cat, and I'll be back after I go to the bathroom. I hyperventilate, looking for help somehow, somewhere. I know that familiar. I'm very familiar with that feeling. Wade would pass when you have like super anxiety, feel like you can't catch your breath, and you're like, there's no peace because wherever I go, there I am. Like for a number of us who hang out with the Strausses are comfortable enough to let our hair down a bit. I'm very formal in person and reserved also. Like this combination of feeling lost, alone, and afraid. That's a real triumvirate of distress. I kind of feel like my mental health is on the mend. Has been since the end of the holiday season. I seem to be, flowing through life more smoothly, I guess is the best way to put it, than I had been before. Still stressed out. Getting the car finally finished is massively helpful. We have a fully functioning car that hopefully will stay running well for the foreseeable future. And, we didn't even have to buy it. We just got it from my daughter. And we did have to put some money into it. So there were some costs in acquiring it. But nevertheless, I feel like after the initial catastrophe, things actually went pretty smoothly. Like we were able to rent the neighbor's car for cheap enough for a relatively shortish period of time compared to the previous car rental. And we were able to move this Delilah's car process along, expedite it reasonably well. I'm glad it's all over, and I hope new car problems don't arise anytime soon. So that's a stress reducer. But, I'm not very good at living. Which is not to say that I'm good at dying. It's just rather that the normal ins and outs of day-to-day life give me an unreasonable amount of trouble. To live properly, you need to wake up on a given day with some kind of, I need to wake up on a given day with some kind of plan of what I'm going to accomplish that day, direction, places where I'm moving forward directionally towards some goal, and with measurable progress, A full day, it includes a little self-discipline, which means I don't have very many full days. I am pleased with this document I'm making to do a type profile on ISTJs, even though it's not going to be a particularly traffic-inducing type description video. This template will be fine for for, using the same headings, basically, changing the order and filling in new content under these headings. Be a good template for other types. And I'm hopeful I can be a little self-disciplined, have a plan, fall through on it a bit, and get, one of those done every few days. Maybe, because it's a bit of an endeavor to make one. Such a perfect statement, such a privilege. It's a shame everyone can't enjoy it. Yeah. I used to enjoy life a lot more, but also when I look back at those times, I think I was a little unhinged a lot of the time. Like, these days I get sprung. I have these long live streams, etc. There's something kind of inherently unhinged about that. But in terms of my expression of self and, I guess, realisticness in my observations, I feel a lot more level headed nowadays, but also a lot less fun and easily excited by things. I guess more apathetic towards stuff. I'm always wrestling with the dopamine cycle that comes with the Adderall usage. I'm not at all sure it's an overall boon to me. Probably it's not, but it's also the case that I like to feel good. Presumably, if I were to lay off the Adderall long enough, I'd recapture some state of normal that includes more more joy, less flatness. But I've been tweaking my brain chemistry with amphetamines for a lot of years now, so it's a tricky equation. When you're young, you're not really looking ahead to say, well, how is this going to be? How's this going to play out for when I'm older? And the reason is because, well, the same sort of thing happens now. It's like, I can't think about that stuff. I have concerns I got to worry about. Yeah, I do get that ISTJs, I'm starting with one of the less traffic inducing types, but it's also the case that I'm doing ISTJ first, in part because I just finished spending time with Cameron. I've been thinking about ISTJs some, and I really, really appreciate him in a lot of different ways. I appreciate him as a friend, a confidant, somebody I can talk to about my own mental health problems and stuff. I appreciate him for being such a helpful and indispensable part of me figuring out solutions from afar. Or helpful up here when it comes up and stuff. I appreciate his understanding that I'm not always super fun because, you know, I'm not a kid anymore, I guess, and I get weighed down by stuff. But also because if you want me to be fun, you got to time it with the beginning of the Adderall bottle. Then I'll be fun for a good solid week or so. But Rachel has a little bit of I think, a rougher time of handling the ups and downs of the cycle than I do. That, I feel a little stressed about that, But I get also that when I'm in dopamine crash, I may not be quite as emotionally volatile in some sense as Rachel can get sometimes. But I am also not very engaging, not very responsive, kind of removed from the moment. So that's not necessarily much better a way to deal with it, but I do have a much better and clearer sense now than I used to that when I'm feeling whatever, it's not indicative of some problem with some externality. It's a shame everyone can't enjoy it. Cam's the best. Not only is he Plato's perfect form for an ISTJ, he's a darn good friend to you. Yeah, he sure is. He sure is. And I feel sometimes like I should be a better friend to him, but I'm not really sure how. Or I don't prioritize the things I can think of highly enough, I guess you could say. Well, let's see how this document's coming along here. ISTJ, particularist, solvency, subjective, ideation. I could make these. It's not going to be possible to make them all the same form of word. Like, solvency is a noun. Networking could be considered a noun if you accept it as a gerund form. Subjective and objective are both adjectives. Particularist and universal adjectives, and ideational versus impactful adjectives. So I could change that to ideation versus impact. Particular versus universal is still going to be adjectives. Oh well, that's fine. I don't need everything to be all perfect all the time. Okay, so I've only got what left to right? I've got 3rd/6th. That's for the dynamics of the two. On camera, in ISTJ's case, would be FI and TI. And then 4th/5th. In ISTJ's case, it would be NE and SE, respectively. So, not a ton left to do on this. Feeling pretty much like I've run out of gas, though, on it at the moment. Implicit scorecard. Scorecard self. Evaluation network. Well, I think I will call it a stream, and I think I'm gonna watch a little TV, and then try to get a little bit of sleep, or I don't know, do something that sounds fun or interesting or something. So until next time, I love you all, and I'll see you later.